Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce, and tonight, well, last time we managed to finally complete the murder, death, kill of the surrendered witnessing. Oh, he appeared. Is that always there, or did I miss it? Well, no matter. What matters is, we actually managed to beat the dungeon. Dang, that was quite the ride. We figured out that, apparently the elders were forcing Honglu to watch all those terrible things go so they could just so they could entertain themselves, apparently. Yeah. And all he could do was sit and watch, eventually breaking, and anyone he tried to tell about it was immediately punished and made an example of. He tried to tell everyone don't go to school that day, but it didn't work for most of them, and then they all turned around and said, why didn't you do anything? So it's no wonder he felt like nothing he could ever do is gonna matter, so attempting to have any thoughts or any kind of opinions is just a waste of effort. Why put yourself at risk of being harmed or in a worse position when you could just go with the flow? Poor guy. The hierarch of Hongyeon. But we did, in fact, win at the end, and best of all, we actually somehow, even to the surprise of everyone, including me, we actually managed to fulfill our promise to Zishun in the end and have her win. So now we just need to have her ascend to the throne, we collect the golden bow, and we'll be in good shape. Let flourish from my back pinions of light. I guess I've seen feathers, machine pieces. Searching isn't gonna help me here. Well, from the pinions of light, chase the parting blossoms, their wilting voyage in the sky-high plight. Ah, where at the edge of heaven does it lie, this flower mound? I bury you today, for you have passed on. But when will I be buried when I am gone? I bury the petals under people's mocking laughter. Who shall be burying me then in the thereafter? No one will cry at my burial mound, for as morning springs die and blossoms wilt, they all float away and turn to silt. Alrighty, boys and gals, grab your cups on my mark. Long may Zishun reign, the family hierarch. I wanted to say how great it feels to finally have something go surprisingly according to plan, but I have the feeling everything's gonna go to hell in a moment. Means Zishun could just die instantly, and then what's gonna happen then? Long may she reign! Once all the guests who'd taken their seats, the banquet hall became packed, crowded, and chaotic, except for where we were sitting. Long may she reign. Come on, guys, really? No one join that cheer? We gotta celebrate the occasion. Stuff ourselves in gourmet food, play games, get wasted. How else are we gonna recharge for the next mission? Yet I have... Oh, right, I wonder if Saud's written something to congratulate us. Hey, did anyone send us a letter or something? We haven't received any notes, let alone a letter. Rude, we're the team that came in second, you know. Roger grumbled. I wasn't sure whether this was who this poor servant to the oddly silent saw that she was calling rude. Wow, are you hurt? Any scratches? No, I'm unhurt. I was so anxious during the evaluation, just that errant fancy has taken hold of you to risk... What errant fancy has taken hold of you to risk yourself in such a dangerous ordeal? And how'd you get to the banquet hall? Ah, that was to hear a tale. Forsooth, I shall bestow a title upon this adventure. I call it, in which Limbus Company claimeth the most glorious honor of attaining the rank of runner-up in the contest of might and wit. Now we're not for this tale shouldn't consume over much of thy time. To recount a few highlights, one might call attention to the merciless walls of closing in. Early, some might even recall the intermingled slaughter of rival candidates. Yet the triflings fail to smite us down, for we are... It seems she misunderstood my question. My intent was to ask by the means of which of travel you came here. Ah, we took a palanquin, mother. See, then I suppose you yet to have visited the Reverend Janrin? Didn't you pay a visit first, don't you think? They must be anxiously waiting for you to hear about you. Yes, I'll visit them soon. Now the question is, are those elders still watching the everything Honglu is looking at? Though I believe they I don't believe they're exactly waiting to hear about me. So you've come back safely. Now you're okay. Yes, I've gotten much better. As luck would have it, injuries not so
아니라.
severe as to require using the
다행이었죠.
life insurance.
그건 그렇고
So, what are the
그대들은
circumstances that led you
어찌
sitting
됐어요?
here? Ah, that which is the tale in which, we were carried by a palquin. Dawn had to stop herself. Oh, come again? Dawn, I think she's actually asking us how we managed to come in second place. Oh, verily. Yes, that's indeed my question. Please tell me what transpired during the game, if you wouldn't mind. Then? Yeah, feel free to get the ball rolling. She's still shaking with excitement. Then I shall do as thou asketh. Upon embarking upon this tale, one must explore how we were made to convene in the fated chamber along with Ku and the most discourteous cur. After the dialogue completes, he said he departed the chamber, taking his retinue alongside him. Most puzzling decision. Boy, quit screaming every blood and sense of my ear. At the climactic finale, we were the only ones left in the room, alone with the 100 coins that Ku had left behind, as he and Juan both suddenly elected to forfeit. Well, what now? Strange turn of events, we all stood aghast and dumbfounded. Even Ishmael was stuttering, as confronted lost as anyone about what happened. So claiming all these coins are going to shoot us up in the top of the leaderboard? Why? Why dump all these coins on us? Lass, you know this is the 5th time you've asked that exact same question, right? I don't have a clue either. Brother really is hard to read. I see that your expression has grown a touch brighter, Hong Lu. Has it? Perhaps something's been unshackled from within. I just didn't think I'd ever say something like that. His kindness, to be as kind is to care about one another and embrace those who suffer. It is to cry alongside a grieving friend, join in laughter when they are elated with joy. It needs the warmth of kindness and gentleness. Your words flow like a vast, winding river that wishes to bring all of existence into its gentle embrace. I thought I'd already let all that flow past me a long time ago. His expression had changed, just as Yisung had observed. There was a degree of surprise shown towards something new, but it was also a smile of someone whose burden had suddenly been lifted. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine we'd find ourselves with enough coins to come in second place, let alone first. That reminds me. At that moment, I'm pretty sure we're all thinking the same person. There's someone out there who's still trying her damnedest to become family hierarch, and she still hasn't given up. I almost got pancaked. Are you alright, milady? The heck are you guys doing here? Hey, we've been looking for you. Wait, somebody translate, please. Why's everyone giving me that funny-looking look? Oh, buddy. Sometime later. You're just giving me all these coins? Toads, we're cool now, right? No hard feelings? They couldn't appear more serious if they tried, despite Raj's chummy attempts at breaking the ice. Then, what's that mean? What the hell is this? You're showing pity? What kind of... Here's what happens, Zishun. Brother Key isn't trying to seat me as the next hierarch by giving me all these coins. I believe he gave them to me because he's anticipating that I would put them to good use. So no, this isn't a pity. I just feel like they'd find more use in your hands than mine. Don't you dare presume this will make us even. You owe me much more than this, brother. You owe me time. My lady would like to express her unutterably fathomless gratitude. Yeah, I had the feeling that was the message she was trying to get across by saying all those insults and followed by babaka. Normal Izishun would get irritated whenever he butted in, but she appeared to have grown calmer, much calmer. Instead of lashing out with her usual exasperation, she only stared at the tall pile of coins with a quiet but conflicted look. See, now that I'm looking at these coins, it feels like I'm looking at all the rooms of Dangyeon. I used to hate that so much as a kid, but even I eventually grew out of that feeling, stopped minding that scenery. I guess that's when I decided to leave Dangyeon too. So the family hierarch. Can I really be a good hierarch? Yes, you can. Ah, there you go again. For one, speak before you speak. Think before you speak. Time to get up, Zishun. Family hierarch evaluation is going to end soon. Oh, what you doing, Heathcliff? Oh, give that camel the finger. What are they gonna do? Disqualify me? Game's over, you twits. Ah, last with eyes shut, my mind focused sharply on that image. The vision cometh to me. Oh, there cometh a roaring applause. There was no audience, no applause, no dramatic sights, lights. We still managed to neatly and comfortably secure both the first and second place nonetheless, which means we managed to successfully complete our objective here at the Family Hierarch War. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Dang, it shouldn't have been. Oh, I was saying it shouldn't have been that easy, but either way, what the hell? How in what universe would that be considered easy? That was a pain in the ass. Well, anyways, yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Gregor, who took the reins of Don Quixote's epic retelling after she left mid-explanation to have her adventures tales of the servants finish the story. I see. So it was Jacques. I'm still having trouble understanding the choice he made. Why did he give it all away? Perhaps the part of the whose past we witnessed, and the life he lived before the hedges, of which we don't know, have created this schism of understanding between us. The same kind of separation, and responsible for my misunderstanding. Initially, I thought it was just some dangerous guy with a lot of hatred in him, but, yeah, initially thought he was just a dangerous guy with a lot of hatred, but there's definitely something going on under the surface. Doesn't seem like he's only here to take revenge against Don Quixote either. But I doubt he never considered vengeance. I'm sure he's killed those who took his family away from him again and again in his head. Maybe he still hasn't let go of it completely. I suppose that would be something difficult to let go of just on the spot. It must take a lot of effort to keep all that simmering resentment under the surface. Sinclair muttered in a placid, almost imperceptibly trembling voice. Yeah, I got no clue what's going on. The bloke's mine. But he didn't seem the type to give up so easily anyways. I agree, we should continue to stay vigilant of his presence. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna just come after us or anything like that, but at the same time, his story's not over, even if it's not finished within even if it's not gonna be explored within this Canto. Well, anywho, what really matters is that Shishun's gonna be the next Hierarch. And not only that, we came in second in the contest. Mission accomplished then, right? Well, it did appear that Roger's already in a post-mission mode, as though the golden bow is already in our hands. And so I'm just saying, just in case you think we're already out of the woods, we should probably cool with the early celebrations until we have actually accomplished the mission. Yeah, can't. You know what they say about counting chickens before they're hatched? Even if that's the reason they say that is a little depressing. No way, they wouldn't boldly lie to our faces, would they? I feel like I just jinxed it. We were really down to the wire this time, to be fair. And I'm not just talking about us, Jishun as well. True, if she'd have been happened to have been eliminated at the last minute, then there's nothing we could have done to avoid Honglu having to pick up the throne, and then apparently that would have been a problem for Limbus Corp, whatever reason that is. I mean, they do acknowledge that it was possible, but that they had a very good reason for not doing it, and that raises more questions than answers for me, but, you know, what else is new, right? That's why I'd say overshot's over, lad. Oh, I think there's a proper opportunity if you head over there with those pompous thoughts from earlier. Now's your chance to really take the piss out of them. I don't think that is necessary, actually. Not every candidate we ran into during the war was here. And those who were present were either quietly glaring down the tables or pulling their hair out, muttering themselves. Anyways, it's shown congratulations. Your next big family hierarchy. You. How's it feel to achieve your lifelong dream? Oh, what's the first thing you're gonna do? I made it clock you as a special one when I saw you back at La Mancheland. We weren't half bad as partners, huh? Let Wei not be excluded from this round of acknowledgements, for he has contributed much in the service of Mrs. Zishun as well. Your unwavering determination was most inspiring. Yeah, never gave up, always saw things through to the end. Verily, verily, thy sentiment rings true. Most true, thus the tale of young Zishun and Limbus company with the rest of the city shall I, so that every soul may one day learn of our adventure most stupendous. I shall personally see to it, and that every single citizen hears of it. Oh, it doesn't have to be every soul, you know. Well, I can't help but feel a smidge of pride after all that we've been through together. So, congrats. Even Ishmael joined to impart a sheepish congrats. But oh dear, there's always a but, isn't there? Guys, Zishun's not here. Seemed in their excitement, Zishun had nowhere. She's left for the Iron Threshold Temple to have her ascension confirmed by the elders. I see. Would you mind telling us stuff like that sooner, please? Well, hold on, I know that bloke. Heathcliff rolled up his sleeve before driving full speed towards him. Someone. You there, guy in this take a lever to say to our faces now? Oh, hey, it's Zhao. Hey there, buddy. Looks like whatever your plan was, it must have worked. Yeah, smart guy. Nice to meet you again, and kudos for getting what you came here for. Is that what you wanted to hear? Ha! For all your boast about no one deserves coins in us, look at us. Who came first? Well, my coins circulated from hand to hand and landed in the hands of one who truly deserved them. Which clearly wasn't you guys, giving your teams a runner-up. You little... Let me tell you something about as a final token of appreciation. Storm clouds are gathering, and it'll be making landfall soon. Oh? Hey, wait, what's that supposed to mean? I guess I should have known it was a little early to call it over. Try to enjoy the party while you can. In no time, you'll find out why everyone's been hiding what everyone has been hiding in their hands. Interesting. Why has he actually been helpful to us the whole time? Theoretically, we are, technically speaking, still rivals. We can't forget that. So, what is this guy's deal? What's his game plan? His concerning reply puts a pause in our celebrations and slowly observe and took in our surroundings. People were talking, negotiating in serious hushed voices. Some were constantly and anxiously running their hands through their hair. We also know some servants whispering messages to their masters, who in turn jump to their feet before hurriedly leaving the banquet. Looks like we're the only group of people even remotely enjoying anything. Sure, it's a banquet, but Zishun, the hired girl, isn't here, and everyone's acting shifty and suspicious. This party sucks. Roger whined. She chewed through shrimp with as much gusto. I must express my regrets for the state of affairs. She apologized as though she somehow felt responsible. I do have some minor tricks of my own that could entertain you. I learned a few things as a child, like blade dance being one of them. For real? Ooh, let's see. Hey, what the hell, we're guests, remember? Don't be a jerk. Hey, bow. Interesting. So, this party is supposed to be a calm before a storm. Momentary power vacuum. The momentary power vacuum. Oh. So is this the hidden third where... It was Bao Chai who approached us carefully. I'm glad you're safe, and congrats making us the runner-up. Her demeanor completely shifted. Her chipper attitude was nowhere to be seen, and she seemed more anxious than anything as her eyes darted around Rent. But I had known her for so long, but I knew this wasn't like her. I'm not supposed to tell you this. Mother pressured me to keep this a secret, but I can't keep it quiet. Not with you. Oh, big sis Bao Chai, what is it? It's a... Her eyes glanced down, fidgeting, then to dial back to her feet. It was a while before she looked at Hongwoo's eyes again. Now, are you really gonna come back to go on and become engaged with me? Her eyes dart hastily as she wraps up. Something tells me this wasn't really what she was trying to tell him. There was something left unsaid, like she made a last-second swerve from what she was really about to say. Yes, if that's what everyone wants. But there's no hesitation or fear of regret in his reply. To be with you, it's almost like you're back here for good. It's pretty, isn't it? Yes, it is. Maybe we could take on Bao Chai as our 14th sinner. Oh man, then again, I guess she could have a trauma of her past. Don't forget, we all have to deal with everyone has to have a trauma here. Remember when you told me that I smelled fragrant, Bao? You know, I couldn't stop repeating that to myself once I returned to my room. Back then, I had always made sure to shower myself with the most expensive perfumes and fragrances. Except that day, I didn't have the time to put in any of it. So I was in a hurry to return to my chamber, the place where hundreds of bottles of rare, luxurious perfumes were waiting to shower me. That's when I ran into you. My mother, she sent assassins to kill you, didn't she? Why didn't you say anything when you saw me? Big sis Baochai, many people have tried to hurt me, tried to lure me into a trap. I could have asked them why they'd say or do something like that, or why they'd hurt me so, but even if I did, they'd have told me why, and they wouldn't have treated me any different had I asked. So I didn't bother asking. So I'm just another one of them to you? No, this is what I'm here to talk about. She smiled again. It was forced an awkward smile. You're the runner-up, right? The results are now locked in. So, now might be a good time for you to leave. No, you have to leave right now. I don't know what it is you're looking to find in the treasury, but you can send someone from your clan to pick it up later, right? Miss Baochai, what's the meaning of this? Is something about to happen? I've got to go now. Mother will realize what I'm doing if I'm gone too long. There's a conspiracy to make treason, isn't there? Yeah, notice that Honglu is actually frowning here. He never frowns. She was trying her damnedest to excuse the retreat from the conversation until he picked up, asked her the simple yet piercing question. She froze, her eyes widened, perhaps out of terror, or perhaps panic. I don't know the details. I just overheard Mother and the relatives talking. If you stay here, you'll be caught in the crossfire. So many forces are. Her eyes relentlessly darted left and right, the entire stage exchanging for anything listening ears. Just what could have made her so afraid? I can tell you're terribly scared, but you've come to warn me? I won't lie, your departure is so painful. The sheer thought I could lose you forever is like being stabbed through the heart. Baochai, I appreciate you thought to warn us ahead of time, but you didn't actually tell us how, when, or what the danger is. You need to tell us exactly what the treason entails. Is someone planning to challenge the results? Is a conspiracy to overturn and nullify the results? Excuse my intrusion, but I believe this is as much as she can realistically divulge regarding this matter. Leaking such a family intelligence is already active treason against her own house. Outsiders may find this a little difficult to understand, but given the gravity of what she's already shared, you must understand she's already told you more than she safely could. I don't see him here. That key guy's here, not here too. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Given you've specifically mentioned so many forces, one could suspect you're referring to the presence of forces foreign to Dangyeon as well. That's why the thumb is here. That's why Li Heng and the others. They're here to screw everything. So, that's why the thumb is here. Yes. This is now beyond what Donggyun alone can handle. When did he... Big brother? He looked at us, his faction, then stumbled backward. I really have to leave now, Bio. I shouldn't be here anymore. Then I must excuse myself along with Miss Baochai. Please, you have to stay safe. Did she advise you to leave with haste? He did not look away from Honglu even as she hurried away. Gaze unshaken, instructing, interested in observing no one. Nothing else but Honglu and his actions. I thought I had a lot of a question to ask if we were to ever meet again, but now that he's actually right here, I can't recall a single word of it. Oh man, isn't that always how it goes? You always think of all things you want to talk with someone about, only to forget the moment you meet them at the party. You know something, brother? My lord. Zigong tried to butt in, clearly perturbed, but Ku raised his hand and stopped her. You must already be aware the banquet's but a distraction from the currents begin to shift. Her advice is sound. It's also true now, the only time you could escape from this place storm arrived. That now is the only time you could escape this place ere the storm arrives, should you wish to save your lives. I doubt you came here just to confirm that for us. Correct. She lets out a deep sigh for explaining with the defeated one. Once a family hierarchy ascends the throne, it becomes hopeless endeavor to measure when the great next shift of power will come. One must remember the prospect of a long wait for the next evaluation, the end of which has not been and will not be in sight. Oftentimes it stains men's patience and lingering avarice, causes it to fester into possessiveness. Yeah, given Mu's age, it seems that they only stepped down upon at a very advanced age, and given Zishun is very young, it's very clear that most here will never, even no one who attempted now will ever get another chance, if they're even allowed to try again, that is, before she abdicates her throne. And to prepare that long for the next one, That seems very impatient, given they could just try and overturn things now. It's not the most predictable thing that these rotten, grasping hands are loath to lay their arms and accept the results with grace. Would these hands not deem it much more favorable to seize and change results by force? Yeah, we all know you read the thesaurus, so basically there's a truckload of dumbasses out there bent out of shape with how it turned out, and they want to change the outcome by force. But one only as a shun has already been chosen. That's final. What happened to the hierarchy seat of absolute power? What kind of treason can they hope to commit if they aren't willing to flip this whole entire system? The only things that have been determined are the rankings. Strictly speaking, we're still waiting for our appointment to be completed. I'm not too fond of your word games, lady. So that's why I couldn't smell those beasts anywhere. I see, I understand now. Odie? I don't even see a trace of them, even in places crowded as this. The Heisho are all gone. Even the ones that have been following you like shadows. Measure of might in Hongyeon lies in the number of Heisho pack branches one wields. The family hierarchy maintains control over at least 3 of those branches. Yet who holds the leash when the throne is vacant? So like you said, the gears of your mind are ponderous, slows things to turn, aren't they? Have I not already given you the answer that their appointment is still underway? So basically, it's kind of like how you can't actually be king or queen without the appropriate coronation. Oh wait, who's the family hierarch now? In the brief window between the former abdication and the new one's ascension, Hongyo has no lord. Is that what you're saying? I suddenly recalled what Yashan said when she announced the results of the war. The victor will first ascend to the temple to pay their respects, then upon returning to the surface, they'll march to the first floor and assume the seat of the family hierarch. Then what are those masterless Heisho? What are they doing? Nothing. And that's precisely what the present predicament revolves around. Look around you. Do you see how the shadows have descended upon every corner? They're the beasts that melded into the dark, whether they're hushed or spits. So the Heisho branches are currently neutral. Wait, then does that mean Dongyon's completely vulnerable every time this happens? No, this would not have come to pass had a different individual been made to ascend. As has shown, that girl has no substantial foundation, a base to call her own. What clan she did have prior to the evaluation scattered to nothingness in grains of sand, like grains of sand and dust. It's entirely reasonable to assume that as long as the 2B has yet to gain control of the Heisho pack branches, that they actually do have a good chance of overthrowing her. My lord, the Whisper office has arrived as well. I see. Things are way more dire than I thought. What's Q chatting us up now at all times? Pay attention. There are those who seek to enter here and those who seek to stop them. Our Corp's second pack, X-Corp's Expedition Order of Excavators, the Thumb's underboss, the accompanying capo, his soldatos, and their various subordinates. Then there are the the Indigo Guardians of the Jia family, K-Corp's Special Exclusion Unit, N-Corp's new League of 9, and numerous other fixers and clans. And those are just the ones that I've been informed of. Most of them are waiting, biding their time, or soon to arrive, but the Thumb's forces have already engaged with my army. Some factions of the Young family have joined the defenders, but it's uncertain how longer they'll hold out. Should the de facto leaders of each family say the word, it's likely R Corp, K Corp, and X may soon choose their own sides. What? Is that reliable intel? Why would they? Many here believe the title of Hierarch is simply a different name for the Lord of Hongyeon. It's a belief that many forces behind Hongyeon's walls share. Beyond Hongyeon's walls, not within them. So in other words, this is about Dangyeon. These are forces from other districts hoping to sponsor a different perspective hierarch to expand their sphere of influence. Correct. Cigarette slipped from Gregor's fingers, and Otis's face darkened with grimness I'd never seen before. 8, 9. I've thus counted 9 different powerful factions among those mentioned. This is too much. As fortune would have it, only the Thumb has deemed it appropriate to act. Belay Hang, the capital of the Thumb, is the greatest threat. He's one of the 10 Blades of the East, and he's a might formidable to any foe. I shall meet him in battle as planned. He must be the one leading the charge against the gates. If what you say is true, this is no mere treason within a wing. Otis hissed in a low, menacing voice. What family spearheads this? How many wings are backing them? Nothing is certain at present. The tangle of alliances and bloodlines is a knot that cannot be undone until the dust is settled. It will only take a single whistling arrow for the chaos to engulf Hongyeon. The forces that have gathered here have drawn their bows, and the moment one lets loose, it'll only be a matter of time before it's a full-scale war. Oh man, we finished the tournament arc and now we're already in a war arc. Vultures of the city will smell the rot and tear into the wound to pilfer the boluses in their recipes. Smiling faces, the corpse cores, the yakshas. I must also emphasize that the ring will never let such an opportunity slip. Another one of the 5 fingers. So it's not just the war between the Senshin. Others who see this as an opportunistic time will try and invade as well. This conflict will lay utter waste to the lives of the common folk. The fire's already conflagrated beyond a competition among candidates. That is why the fissure must be ended ere it spreads. Should the throne of the Hierarch remain vacant, this instability be prolonged, and then the wings will march to war. No way, I don't believe this. Ugh. The consequences about this are far-reaching, at the very least. Such is the weight of Hongyon's family hierarch. It holds as much power to save countless lives as it does to take them. Banquet hall quickly starting to become barren as people begin to hurry away. I don't have any direct memories of a wing war, but even I could feel the prickly goosebumps rising on from my skin. The air in the hall was quickly turning razor sharp. Then, brother, what is it you expect us to do? I'm of the belief that you are collectively the key to overcoming this tribulation. The key? Hurry her ascension to the throne. She should still be at the temple where the Zanman reside, preparing for the ritual of ascension. Given that the Zeran must be utterly oblivious of the circumstances outside their chamber, there's no way of knowing the time it might take for them to officially name her the Hierarch. And they will not be swift, as their entry to the chamber is permitted only to the family Hierarch. There is no one to relay this message to them. But there is another. There's another who's permitted to enter the temple. Wow. When the Hierarch takes the throne, the seizes of the leash of her rightful Heisho Pax, she should have more than enough time to ward her Dangyeon against the invaders. And when the invading forces realize the family Hierarch has returned, they will retreat. The spark of the war will shrink enough to be snuffed out with a stomp. My lord, I must beg your forgiveness, for there's doubt in my heart. How can he be the key? My lord, I know you're not be the one to engage in such gambles. It's better to gamble. That's where that meme came from. It is better to gamble. It is better to gamble than to allow this opportunity to slip away in vain. Yet I must beg your forgiveness, for I insist your mere presence here is a waste of time. You must tarry downstream. You must rise the fountainhead and cut off the stream of the origin. You looked at us and you need to consider this a waste, for it is a worthy task in my eyes. That's true. The sinners have a very unique aspect of being immortal warriors. Have you followed the blueprints of painting it initially drawn for the war? We would have already arrived at the temple for the alternative methods. Alternative? Zingong, that would have not resolved anything. It would have only caused further loss, no more. I wish to make one thing clear. This is but an offer, not a plea, not a command. A plea, not a command. One mustn't do what does not move their heart. However, bow. You may not have realized this, but I've already gambled once with you as my hand during the war. I sought to draw your true humanity forth, to have you wear it on the outside. And the reply you gave me, the one that emerged, was proof enough that it was certainly... Wow, he's actually smiling! Why do you seek to involve yourself in the politics of Hongyeon, brother? Neither Hongyeon nor Dangyeon bind you any longer, not by cause or force. It was a long undertaking for me to uncover the truth of the ruin that came to the Kong family. At first, my heart was engulfed in fiery wrath. Dangyeon had to be uprooted from the ground. For that, every personal power or influence had to be killed, their throats slit in vengeance. Or so I thought, once. But I learned from a worthy teacher. That was when I realized that this wrath is burning my body to ash. Does your fiery wrath... Did your fiery wrath extinguish? Had I truly attained enlightenment, found all that there was to understand this world bio, then I would not have given you the power to elect the Hierarch. I am still but a student, a seeker of the answer, yet I do not wish to let chaos devour this land when I have the means to save it. Thus, once again I ask you, when you decide to relinquish your coins to Zishun, what was it that moved your heart? Certainly your heart had changed enough to then not simply hand them over for a simple reason that she desired them. You must already know this, brother, but the children of Dangyeon have no such thing as birthdays, save for myself. When a child is born, they aren't celebrated, they're hidden, concealed for years in the dark, so that the competition wouldn't take notice of a new rival. Zishun was one of those children who never experienced a birthday, she never even knew what it meant. So when we were young, whenever grandmother held a banquet to celebrate the day of my birth, I decided to dedicate that day to Zishun. Because it's nice to have your existence celebrated once every year, for no other reason than the fact you exist. But then when I stopped leaving my room, Zishun and I grew distant, the secret birthday parties we shared came to an end. She probably doesn't remember any of it now. She was too young back then, but if I could give this to her to make up for those lost years, I thought maybe she'd be happy again, just as she was then. Now that I'm looking at these piles, it feels like I'm looking at the rooms of Dangyeon. I used to hate the sight as a kid. Can I really be a good Hierarch to Hongyeon? Did Jitun like the gift, like as Honglu wanted her to? We had no way of knowing. Does that answer satisfy you, brother? It was not your answer, I thought. It was to see the way your heart stirs, and that is proof enough. I had never met these Genren, these so self-proclaimed enlightened ones before, as I was not permitted into the temple, but I do know of their existence. And what I have come to learn in my observation of Hongyan and the city itself gave me a certain idea as to what form the hierarch ascension ritual might take. Exactly, it was all for their entertainment, thus destroying of the the reality show tournament arc. All of this was just to make just to entertain them. All for the point of some rich fuck's entertainment. Fucks as in, rich fucks as in plural. Had you not surrendered yourself, you could have deduced what the ritual entails. Are you saying that something bad may happen to her? This may be a hasty speculation. From a certain perspective, this may constitute a rightful ascension, but I want you to be there, to behold with your own eyes what it entails. My wager in this gamble is that you indeed had the potential to achieve that purpose, and that faint warmth in your heart had still that I had once seen, still gently burned. You want me to achieve your purpose, brother? No, your own purpose would not be the same as my own. Such a pursuit would be devoid of meaning. The decision's yours, so decide. I won't force him if he doesn't want to, but it must be his decision, not a well, it doesn't matter. It has to be, I don't want to. The justice of others. Yeah, the fact we're not even getting any fights here is actually bothering me. I'm not gonna lie. Jakku and his forces left the banquet hall of the situation. Yeah, it's kind of reminding... Dang, all this expedition without a fight is actually concerning me. I can't believe I'd missed the Oh No Wyverns. Oh yeah, I should explain that reference. Fate Grand Order's early chapters, they used to require that each new node in a story have a fight as well as any expedition. So they'd often have a, oh wait, we're about to be attacked randomly between there just to justify it. Because apparently they didn't think about having a zero stamina dedicated exposition spot like this game has until a good few chapters into the game. And of course the fan base would always meme about that. That's because it was a goofy choice. It's because it was mostly there for gameplay purposes, because yeah, you still need to have some fights even if it's just a random wyvern or bandit, but it does break the pace pretty badly. Forces left the bandit to assess the situation, leaving me on listeners. Only remaining task is to receive the golden bow we are owed. That much is given. Retrieve it, and our mission is done. We need only wait for the LCA for the extraction. None of you know, let alone understand what the War of the Wings is like. To rush out into these unknown waters is nothing short of imprudence. We must not entertain this idea. Alas, if our meager strength may be sufficient to prevent this war and save the lives of many innocents, then I wish to do as that man hath said. No, it's in our best interest that we do not get involved. Dawn, I will speak to you plainly, as I trust you ever gained some sense as to how this world works. War is not just another incident or quest to be resolved. Your sense of justice may shine like a beacon in times of unrest. But war, it will crush and grind it into the dirt indiscriminately, as it does any life caught under its boot heels. Theodosius, I have also lived through my share of wars. Even still, Q's path is that of justice. Thus he shall have my support. How are you still so... Fight in the pursuit of justice deserveth not thy scorn nor ridicule. Yeah, don't forget. Dawn still helped her father in the war of vampires and humans, as she knows very well what it's like, including to turn against her own people, all for the sake of a greater good. Tis no short-sighted tantrum, tis but mine adherence to and pursuit of a responsibility of those who can. Otis, I've also had my share of war, so hopefully you'll let me put my twos and ons in. Battles and wars aren't the same thing. You can't see the crashing waves of intense emotions in battles when looking at it as a great flow of war. But all that buildup is what becomes a flow, not the other way around. All that buildup heat is what becomes a flow, not the other way around. It never is. You wishes to convey to us that the levees are beginning to crack, and the fractures must be filled forthwith before they rupture. While the words you speak may contrast one another, the intent that pushed both of you to speak is shared, that the war mustn't conflict beyond what has already occurred. It is. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for summing it up, you sang. Otis' assessment would have been correct. Had the discussion concerning our participation been about a war that was already progressed beyond a certain degree. However, accepting his suggestion and preventing it from expanding beyond localized skirmishes would have greater benefits than avoiding it altogether. Yeah, this could also give him an opportunity to destroy and uproot all the inequalities of Hongyan. Well, I don't know if that's what Hong Lu wants, though. Oh, but even if Joku and his people are strong, there's too many. Do we really have a chance? Well, if I'm being honest, we simply can't know. We don't have the time to meticulously analyze every facet of the situation. Manager of ours, if I may. Yusung carefully began the sinner's opinions began to clash and fracture. As you must have observed, the sinners fail to find common ground. However, though narrow my vision may be, it appears to me there's not a single sinner whose insight was born solely from their emotions. So basically, what he means is nobody's acting solely on a knee-jerk reaction. They all have thought this through. There's a sound reason behind every suggestion that's been presented. Thus, it's difficult to gauge the validity. This must not be an easy decision for you. Thus, Yusung paused, taking his time to carefully select his next words. Then, after a subtle nod, he continued. Dante, perhaps this judgment belongs to Hong Lu. Perhaps I speak at the risk of not knowing my own station. However, should we allow this opportunity to slip away, Hong Lu may never leave that smile of his behind. You must see it as well, right? That Hong Lu smiles but a different shape of sorrow for those who have no tears left to shed. Exactly. That's what Yusung was trying to tell me was clear as day. So what I must do, what I must consider as the manager, isn't a discussion of wars and battles, not pragmatism or a measurement of pros and cons. A manager has to support the team. Faust. Once again, I have nothing to offer but objective information and suggestions, strictly from the corporate perspective. Dante, given your position of manager, it's recommended you continue to follow the plan, retrieve the golden bow, and arrange a safe extraction for you and your team without involving your team in a high-risk operation. However, Faust continues very slowly. But if you believe you possess enough persistence to endure all that it entails, and if you believe your role is to lead them and us to the right path, I will follow your lead. So basically, she's confirming we have the authority to go with the plan if we decide to. So if Hong Lu decides to fight, we are well within our rights to say I'm approving it and we're doing it. Thank you. Now the answer must come from Hong Lu's own mouth. Looks like things really got out of control. Sorry, Dante. Hey, earlier during your dialogue with Q, the conclusion you arrived didn't come out of nowhere, right? There must have been something that brought you here? In that long conversation, Hong Lu was finally able to give an answer of his own, and the biggest reason he could was, at first, I didn't think I'd be able to give a real answer to the Brother Q's questions, but suddenly, like a thick fog clearing, something emerged from the haze of forgotten memories past. What I gave as an answer was something, and I realized it was only after it had left my mouth. That it must have burrowed deep within me for a very long time. Kindness. Because I wanted to believe that was enough, that it could truly bring change. This is not about us, it's about you and Hongyun's future. So I think I'll leave this decision up to you. Hong Lu was never the type to clearly state his beliefs. He usually did as I asked without question, without even the smallest complaint. He didn't speak of pain when he suffered, nor did he cry to us from agony. His eyes remained unshaken, even as he witnessed the countless deaths and injustices committed before him. The eye that lets everything float away. The accepting eye of someone who's resigned himself to the reality that everything that exists has to end. Yeah. I mean, sure, he's not wrong that all that lives will eventually die, but that's like saying, does a book only exist to end? Even a book that's known famously for its ending still requires the beginning and the setup for it to actually work. Does a movie exist just to roll the credits at the end, or are you there for the movie itself? And no, we're gonna pretend post-credits scenes don't exist for this purpose, because you know damn what all I'm talking about when I bring all this up. I wait patiently for him to speak. Dante, he only ever quietly accepted what life threw at him. I want to go to the temple, where Zishun and the elders, where the Zairen are. I think Zishun might be in danger. As in her life might be at risk? No, I think her life might be the only thing that's not in danger. Thinking back to what Brother Ku told me, I'm afraid that I might lose the Zishun I know forever. The first time he speaks of the path he wishes to walk. His jade eye gazes beyond the walls of the Dangyun. Like Brother Q said, I'm the only one who could freely open the gates of the temple. I want to be there to watch him become hierarch so that if something dangerous would happen, I could put a stop to it. Alright, that sounds like a plan. I had a feeling this would be your decision, Executive Manager. Our judgments are shaped by our upbringings and environments. So for you, it's only the time spent with the rest of us to reflect. It's understandable you can come to this conclusion. I keep disappointing you, don't I? You haven't. Not yet. She replies sternly. Oh, ain't much of our style, just sawed off the peck in the golden bow, eh? Yeah, you're right. Ishmael agrees to Heathcliff for the first time since forever. Well, I know it might have come across as kind of harsh and snappy, but hey, there weren't any hard feelings, Otis. I would have kicked you in the shin had I considered your speech to be senseless, Dribble. So yeah, even Otis has to admit that he made a damn good point. Otis and Gregor, whose stances are almost always opposed, have stopped shooting bitter remarks. We're all growing more familiar with each other. Perfect, then let's do this. And in that strange air, we found our purpose. I sent out my best blade in the same direction. She'll not accompany you, but she will rendezvous at your destination nonetheless. Didn't you say earlier the Heisho has become masterless or something? It's a long story. Let's just say that Zilu is an exception. Hold on, what are you? At the moment, stopping the underboss and his primary officer, Lei Heng, is the most pressing concern. Zigong and I will take the main battlefield and stall them. The plan was now in motion. There was nothing more to discuss. And as we both walk away to our destination in opposite directions. Oh Lord, I've seen that smile many times in the past. That's the smile of a hollow shell. Do you truly believe that a man such as him is capable of moving in a genuine dedication to the cause? Each heart has a different cause that moves them. How one can speak of the fathoms of the lake when all they have seen is the water's surface. So basically, he has absolutely no idea. Well, he did openly admit he was pleading for help and can only hope for the best. Here we go. The actions of a thief.
제 차례인가요?
복지팀의 맞지.
H사와 8구의 안내는 제
부르신다면 맞지.
H사와 8.
오, 외부 일이냐?
징수하겠네.
Yeah, my team's come a pretty long way. Feels pretty good, honestly, to have them all built.
철암사로 가려면
We have to go through here
이곳을
if we want to
거쳐서
take the
가는
fastest
게
path
제일
to
빠른
temple.
길이에요.
And I must say, it's quite nice that I just unlock the skills at upties, and I don't have to actually level those skills. This game is a lot more laid back than all the gachas I've played, not just because it doesn't force you to log in and do a laundry list of things each day. Yeah, heck, you can just log in and convert all your stamina to modules before logging out for the day, and you've basically done a reasonable amount of productivity right there. But not having to farm for for all 12 billion different resources also makes it not feel really nice. Like I can just build up anyone I want at any time and be able to enjoy the productivity. Sure, I'm a bit out of XP tickets, but I imagine now that my team's finally getting going, it'll be a little easier to hoard those going forward. We have to go through here if we wish to take the fastest path. Looks like it leads underground. Oh, man, you sure this is the fastest path? What the heck are they doing over there? Well, it seems to me that's why they're here, blocking our way. Well, I never thought it was going to be easy. Look like I was right. Stop right there. Generous clan member. Turn and leave. You won't get a more generous offer than that. You do as I say. Well, they were honest. They were generous. Oh, the family hierarchy war is over. They announced the results for all the year. So in whose orders are you attacking us? Naive girl. Do you not know that powerful forces are already gathering here? I doubt that little pipsqueak even got to meet the Zanran. She's probably bleeding out somewhere by now. Looks like a bunch of third-raters decided to work together, huh? You really believe you can retake the hierarchy with your puny forces? You're the ones who put committing in this tantrum of treason just because you can't accept you're lost. Besides, what do you mean retake the hierarchy? It's not like you ever took her from us. You can't even proudly speak the name of your master. That would have been the first thing you announced if you believed your cause to be just. Your very actions are that of a thief. And why do we need our cause for a ragtag bang like yours? Destroy them all. I must say, it actually feels really good that the sinners actually get to look at a group and go, you bastards don't stand a chance against us. And indeed, they don't. I might need to rotate out Gregor now that I think about it a bit. Brilliant Glory is great, but I don't need it for these generic fights. Lucky me that it turns out Tremor is one of the more complicated stats effects to work with. There's a billion different variants of it, each of which will accidentally overwrite the other if you're not paying attention for the record. I'm sure they have their reasons, but we cannot stop here. best grab a sip of my drink while this plays out.
단테님
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
I brought a bigger drink tonight. I had the sense that we're probably gonna go late again.
당신 짝패군요. 대상 사망.
바람 들어오는 대로
우리는요?
밟아요.
사물. 앵화.
단테님 봤어요?
깔끔하게 몰았군.
これが必要な戦いであれば。
I'm loving the music here, that's for sure. Like I said, it's kind of neat now that I can actually hear the motifs that Limbus Company has in its combat themes. They really put some good effort in there.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
좋아. 코이코이. 삼코. 수진의 皆さんの状態に何か変化が 해보겠네.
How pathetic. Otis really was right. They might as well just be thieves.
넘고 무수히 넘고.
재밌네요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Prepare to collect.
완전히 멈춘. 체납한 시간은 전부 증세.
Granted, I think one of the reasons I hesitate to take off Gregor is he's one of the few sources of gluttony energy on this team, and I actually need that for a handful of egos. Dawn has some, but that's not going to be enough on its own.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이
The will to
한가득
change.
아, 한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 놓았네.
Alright, I should swap this one out. 7 association is going to be better here. Because the specific team, since I'm sticking to Gregor and the song, both of those have some rupture on them, so increasing the rupture counts is going to be helpful. I do have a decent amount of blunt on this team, though. Maybe I do want blunt. Hold on, what's the passive here again? One ally with the lowest max HP deals 10% blunt damage. I have no idea who that is. I think that might be here. 211, 93. Well, let's check out which is the main team. Yeah, it's not going to be Dawn. She's got the highest, hands down. 13. 54. Dang, he's tanky. Okay, so that'd be Gregor. So, yeah, 7 association is going to be better in this particular case. Yeah, 7 association is going to be better in this specific case. But it's nice having options, you know?
그렇게 하죠.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです
재밌네요.
向こうにも事情があるのでしょうですが私たちは止まれません
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
사물. 엠하.
최대전
I really like the T-Corp IDs. I hope we get a T-Corp Faust or something. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 물 넘고
I should also probably look into Eurodivia Hong Lu, since that does work with this, but Lord Hong Lu's also kind of tempting, can't lie.
재밌네요.
당신 짝패군요. 우리는요?
So I suppose I could, if I get Lord Hong Lu, I could make a reasonably good Rupture team. The only thing is I don't have Mao Faust, nor do I have enough shards to get her, so I might just go with 7 Association Faust, which is a little goofy, but do remember that 7 Association Faust's only crime is being power crept by Mao Faust, and if you're power crept by the game's face of this unit was a mistake to make, I think that's a very low crime.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
연애 예상 사망 징수 불가
하나 마무리했습니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
완전히 멈췄다. 생각한 시간은 전부 징수했으니 상관없지.
재밌네요.
Darn it, just barely behind staggering that guy. Oh well, that's how it goes sometimes. Of course, I do need lots of gloom and pride to power up my, these.
네 놈이 모시는 자가 누구든
Whoever your
간에
poor master
부리는
is, I
것들의
can tell by the way their
수준을 보아
minions behave. They have no hope of ever taking the throne.
떳떳한
You'd be
명분도
surprised
없이
how much
졸렬히
lack of a
행동하니
just cause
네
harms
놈들
morale,
사기도 그 모양인
fool.
거다.
You're the one to talk. What just cause do you have? Just how in my years. Oh, I shut and listen. We actually want to change something about this place. I'd say we got more just cause than you bastards. Our only thought upon hearing that awful bell is, how can I expand my real estate this time?
오티스 씨나
Both of you always
히스클리프
speak with
씨는
such
말을
conviction.
언제나
Otis
간단히
Heathcliff.
하시네요.
Gathering
단순히
an
병사를
army is the
모으는
easy
것은
part.
쉽다. 하지만
A leader's true qualities are revealed
어떻게
only when the
이끄느냐는
time
것에서부터
comes to actually lead their
리더의
men.
차지-
그렇군요.
I see.
전쟁을 많이
So it's your long
겪어본
experience in the war that shaped your
오티스님에게
confidence, Otis?
저는
Because
전쟁과는
my life couldn't
한참
have been any
거리가
further
먼
from the battlefield or
뒷골목에는
war. Maybe I
이미
was always
저도
surrounded by
모르는
wars,
크고
both
작은
large and
전쟁들이
small,
일어났을지도
back
모르죠.
streets, and I was just sheltered from
지켜만
them.
본 자는
I've
할
done
수
nothing
있는
but
말이
watch from a
없네요.
distance, and so I don't suppose I have any right to speak.
이런
I wouldn't even know
자리에서
where I'd begin. Never too late to learn, buddy. The Mythbusters actually disproved the idea that old dogs can't learn new tricks, because they actually, in fact, can.
그게 뭐 그렇게
Ain't
어렵다고?
anything too complicated about my. If it's shy, it's shy. Don't think twice about it.
얘처럼.
Like the lad does.
저요?
Like me? For a while, Sinclair continued to ask Heathcliff if he was really talking about him. I haven't ever walked down this hallway accompanied by so many other people. I usually walked alone.
하인들을 대동하지
Why
않았어?
don't you take your servants with you?
어렸을 때는
Sometimes I
혼자
did
가는 게
because I was
무서워서
scared to go there alone,
같이 데려갈
but
때도 있었는데 크면서
I learned
점점 알게
something as I
되는 게
grew older.
있었어. 이곳은
that my heart is
오로지
most at
혼자서
ease when
걷는
walking this
것만이.
road alone. Why is that? I imagine Hong Lu slowly walking down this hallway with a dark expression. It wasn't a very pleasant sight.
철원사는 말이죠.
Hike and
저만이
temple.
자유롭게
I
출입할
was
수
the only one who was
있어요.
allowed to freely enter and exit.
가족도
The family
출입이
hierarch can
가능하다고는
technically be
하지만
let inside, but
할머니조차도
even grandmother
부름이
couldn't enter
있어야지만
it without
들어갈 수
their
있었죠.
summon. Wait,
그런
Rao
거였어?
wasn't just being metaphorical?
그런데
So
왜
why are they
다들
called Zyren? Are they actually some
선임들이라고 부르는 거야?
supreme enlightened blokes or
진짜
something?
신선-
네.
Yes, they endured
인고의
the time
시간을
of suffering,
거치고
opened their eyes to the
비로소
secret of freedom
불로장생의
from aging
방법을
and death,
체득하여
and eventually
선인의
obtained
반열에
enlightenment,
오르신
earning themselves the
분들이거든요.
exalted title of the Zyren.
그게 정말
Is that even possible? What even
진정한 블루볼스는
what happened to them
못
still
찾은
searching for the
거라며.
answer to true immortality?
아,
Why, you're
이걸 또
balding
왜
up again. That makes me
다물어,
nervous. What the hell are
사람
we walking into?
그래도
At least this place
이곳은
feels much more
바깥보다
tranquil than the world
차분하고
outside.
조용하네요.
It's quiet, and actually
뭔가
smells nice too.
이 밖은
I could almost forget there's a war about to break out beyond the premises.
그나마 다행히
We're lucky.
철암사를 가는
Not many
길을
people
제대로
know the
아는
actual
자는
path to reach the temple.
적어도
At least there's less
대관원에
chance of us
침입하는
running into
외부
outside
세력들은
forces
그럼
here.
목숨 깔지 말라니까.
Can we not with the foreshadowing? Yeah, he's basically jinxing it by saying that.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
A ridiculous idea.
한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데.
애고 침식도 양호. 아마도
Passageway to the temple. Unfortunately, it was indeed foreshadowing. Didn't take long before another faction appeared before us. Stop.
너희들은
Who is your
누굴 따라
master?
왜
What are you doing
가야
here?
할 곳이
Because we have a
있으니까요.
place to be.
여러분들은
What are you doing here?
너희
Working for Q, aren't you? Trying to visit the Reverend Zarin? You're trying to speed up the Hierarch Ascension ritual, aren't you?
나가 사는 척 떠보려면 모를
Nice
줄
try. Ask the
알았네.
right questions, and we'll just tell you about our plans.
그
Greenhorn.
장소를 찾지
I know
못해.
you're all lost. You've probably been going in
같은 곳에
circles for
빙빙
hours
돌고만
now.
있었군요.
이것은 빌어먹게도
Yeah, this place is
넓어서
irritatingly
말이지.
huge.
길만 얌전히
Just
알려주고
point us in the right
꺼진다면
direction and go back the way you came, and I won't give chase.
자격도
Give us a
없는
puff on your
것이
ridiculous
가지가
idea of ushering
된다면
that hopelessly inadequate
나는
girl to the family
차는
hierarch.
그 협박은
Ah, we've already heard that one before. I want to get some new material. But this is interesting. Why would the wings have a war among one another to gain power and not simply take over L Corp's original areas? L Corp's, given it's been 2 games since the ending to Lobotomy Corporation, that raises quite a few interesting questions here.
適した攻撃でなくても
And yes, I'm aware of that SpongeBob meme of don't ask questions you aren't prepared to handle the answer to. Well, we're not going to be prepared for it. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Go, Amy Rose Merceau. Bonk their heads.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです
그렇게 하죠.
열어졌지.
These guys are pretty tough when they're all focusing down the exact same person, but they're not much when they're all spreading their power. Although this, make no mistake, I haven't forgotten that mysterious old man, and I'm all but certain we're going to be fighting him again. Luckily, defeating him is not really the issue. The only reason we had trouble before was because they were all hard focusing Hong Lu.
시간이
Thankfully, they were idiots that
敵は深手を追ってい
that
ます
weren't given the information. Oh crap, poor Otis. Well, as long as we keep Otis from getting hit, she'll be fine. She just has to survive the stagger turn, and then she'll be in good shape again.
정당한 공무집행.
물 넘고.
그쪽 바깥쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
벌써 버벅이나?
I command the double stagger. That's gonna be a huge damage boost. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's no way that guy's surviving this turn.
우린 여행.
And indeed he was not. That guy didn't survive the mutilation either. The arc.
쉽군요. 그렇게 하죠.
I see you're feeling better than usual. Let's try this momentum.
좋아. 코이.
마음이 열어졌지고.
깔끔하게 물었군.
이번에
Splatter, splatter.
징수 진행 불가.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
The second battlefield.
아, 한 달은
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
敵が来ます皆さん
그렇게 하죠.
戦闘の準備を
Incoming. Prepare for battle, everyone.
사물.
ポスターのように優れた式ですね
재밌네요.
정당한 공무집행.
사물.
Yeah, you guys aren't standing much of a chance at all, are ya?
물론고. 꺾고 제차. 재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
これが必要な戦いであれば
Splatter, 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 splat.
최대전. 집행한 벌써 버벅이나? 좋아. 코이.
나가리판이네. 다음.
Even that was part of the plan, so this is how they fight.
戦い方
자,
Unfortunately, we lost someone.
저겠지 잘.
Well, no, it was a stagger, but we should be fine, I think. We're snowballing our way through here.
짓밟아라. 물론고.
Shin's Go clan. We're being taken care of.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えます
완전히 멈췄네. 체납한 시간은 전부 징수했으니 상관없지.
우린 여행.
좋아. 코이.
징수할 내역이 남았으니
Red stagger. Oh yeah, that one's taking a ton of damage.
징수 진행 불가.
敵は深手を負っています
운이 따라준다면
11 enemies, huh?
벌써 버벅이나? 최대전. 집행한다.
Bonk, bonk, splat.
敵は深手を負っています
The enemy is heavily wounded.
일기당초.
Time to bring it all home.
우린 여행. 사물.
Great work you did there. Keep it rolling, will ya? Dante's words of encouragement.
너희를
So tell me,
부리는
who's
자의
your master? You two, you've been in a war, haven't you? No need to deny that, I suppose. You can still tell, huh?
전장을 기억하는
And I
덕에
learned many things
다른
in my
것도
war.
잘 알지.
A few hundred ways to convince a
이놈 같은-
run to talk, for example. Too bad.
그렇다면
Unlike
내가
you, I have
입을
one way to keep my mouth shut. One who appeared to be leading the soldiers stabbed himself in the chest without hesitation.
스스럼 없이
So he killed
자살할
himself without a
정도의
moment's
이름이야.
hesitation to protect his master's name.
대단한 무게를
His
가진 인물이라는
his
뜻이겠지.
master must be a very formidable individual.
혹은
Or it could be that he was under the
밝혀져서
influence
안
of a
되는
suicide
정보가
worm,
새어나갔을
a
경우
mana
심리를
worm that
조작해
activates on an
처리하는
information trigger
춤을
to
썼을
manipulate
수도
the host's
있겠네요.
psyche to take their own life. Noticing there was previously unseen, serious look in Honglu's eyes, we forged for. They really have that. I suppose I can't be surprised they have that kind of stuff in the city, but man, that's ass.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득
Those who do not decide.
아, 한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 놓았네.
징수하겠네.
Oh shit. That was a
방금
warning
거세요.
shot, sir.
조그맣게 욕한 거 다
I heard you
들었다.
curse under your breath.
저들은
There.
상급자에게
How
거짓말을
disrespectful
한
of you
건
to tell such a bald-faced
예의가
lie
없고.
to your senior.
실례했습니다.
Apologies, please.
대가를
Humbly
치를
beg
수
for-
있게 도와주실 수 있습니까?
못할 것도 없지.
Of course, present your tongue. Gah. That incomprehensible exchange was followed by the sight of a severed tongue rolling dirt. Ew.
엄지로군.
The thumb.
저 녀석은
Please
혀가
allow me to speak, as
없어졌으니
my partner no
제가
longer has the means to do
말하겠습니다.
so.
관리자 단테와
Your
그
present
일행
company, including Manager
그리고
Dante, their
가보님께서는
companions, and Master Bao,
이곳을 지날
may
수
not pass
없습니다.
beyond this area. What did you just call Honglu?
상황이니만큼
Given the present circumstances of
지금
treating
저 녀석은
Honglu as Bao of the
LCS
Zhao
감사
family and not
홍루가
a
아닌
sinner of the
가시
LCB,
가문의 보구로 대하고 있는 거다. 분명
it's logical to assume
가문의
that
도련님이라는 신분이
that the young master of a prestigious house ranks higher than the soldado, who are just the grunts of the thumb. Can Honglu just ask them to move then?
소용없어.
Them showing respect
저
now don't
새끼들은
mean
말로는
shy. They won't let us
존중해줘도
through.
적을
듣기는 들었는데
I've heard stories, but I didn't think they'd be
정말로
this
계급이나
fixated with
위계
ranks and
차이를
hierarchies. It's almost
존재할 정도로.
the point where it's just plain weird.
언더보스께서 이곳을 지나는
Please understand the
사람은 전부
underbosses
적으로
orders to treat
취급하라고
anyone passing this
명령하셨어.
area as
원래
our enemy.
아군이었던
Our orders were to
그렇지 않긴
execute all individuals attempting to
보이는
do so
대로
anyway,
처벌을 명하셨지.
including our former allies. So I implore you to turn around and leave in this place.
돌아가 주시지
We greatly
않겠습니까?
appreciate your cooperation.
그건 곤란한데요.
Sorry, we can't do that.
그렇다면
And I'm sorry to say we have no choice but to stop you by any means. Lei Hang, you must have set up this
그럼
ambush.
어떤 식으로
They were
나올
prepared. They weren't going to
생각이었다면
accept any other result than what they had in mind anyway.
림버스
Taking into
컴퍼니의
account Limbus Company's standing and the LCB's
LCB's
position within the organization, you, a mere sinner, mentioning Master Lei Hang's name is a crime punishable by removal of your tongue. No, your punishment will begin crushing your lower jaw.
아이, 뭐.
Ah, yeah, I shouldn't have expected a
역시
trivial little thing like a
솔깃했다는
soldado to
제
know his
군수도
place.
파악하지
You don't have enough
못하는
tongues to lose for this disrespect.
이놈들에게는
We're
원하는
not getting
답을 얻지
anything out of
못한
them.
명령에만
These idiots will jump off a cliff if
꼴통들이.
their superior told them to.
오티스 씨가
Well, but aren't they
좋아하는
usually your
군상
favorite kind of
아닌가요,
people, Hodis?
한때는
There was once a
범죄
time when I used to think
방식을
highly of their
전략적으로
strategic
녹여치던
decision to
시절도
maintain a rigidly stratified hierarchy system. But now I
그저
know that was never a
판단이라는 걸
strategic
하지 않는
decision at all, but a
머저리들이라는 걸
brainless
알고 있지.
obsession of idiots who refuse to decide for themselves.
대가를 치른
Let's see if you can keep
후에도
babbling
계속
after we cut off your
말할 수-
tongue. Sorry, buddy, but it's not yous. No, it's not yous above us. It's we who are above you. Rigid soldado. Stern soldado. Oh my. Bit of a struggle early on. Well, not a big deal. Once the sandy gets going, we should be in good shape. As long as Lei Hang is not at the end of this, we should be fine, but they usually don't do that. He would have shown up in the cutscene if he was going to fight here.
정당한
But unfortunately, I
공무집행.
do already know it's been spoiled. We fight him eventually. The only question is when, however, because I don't know if it's at the start, the end, or what.
집행한다.
I suppose since we had the dungeon at the middle of the game, we might, of this particular chapter, we might have we might not have one at the end, or we could have a second at the end. Although if we do, I will have to burn a few cubes in order to convert them into the what's it called? Into the modules.
사물.
앵화
gaiety. I'd rather not risk losing
운이
clashes, so
따라준다면
let's
좋겠네요.
go ahead and use some egos. Not a huge deal, I don't think. What matters is we win these clashes, get our sanity up, and snowball. Because this absolutely is a game of snowballing. If you struggle early on, it's going to get worse. If we win early, it's... Thinking the demon... what was the title? Wait, whatever.
좋아. 코이.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
Poor Hong Lu. Okay, as long as he's not being attacked, we should be in good shape.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Yeah, those unbreakable points really hurt. Sheesh.
사물. 앵화. 사물. 앵화.
Great.
敵に変化
Just
が見られ
great.
ます
We already got another stagger.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Like, at least the guard means,
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
yeah, I guess I really should try and get Dawn's level up, just because that extra clash power really is going to help.
완전히
At least the guard means the damage they do is going to be significantly less. Wow, these guys are dealing the burning thing.
코이.
There, even Dawn was staggered. Oh, we even have an ascended resonance.
최대전. 벌써 버벅이나? 집행한다. 카드.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Oh dear, that's another stagger. That's a death. Not ideal. But I suppose what happens when I'm not using fluid sac. We're gonna have to eat a sinner loss here and there sometimes.
천천히 말하시게나 시간은 맞네 라고 하기에는 조금 그렇고 천천히 말하시게나 시간은 맞네 라고 하기에는 조금 그렇고 어느 정도 있네
Dominate him.
당신 짝하군요
Even just a little, the heal on hit is gonna add up, I think.
자 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고
물 넘고 꺾고 제차.
percussive sound.
시간이
Ding 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 ding. The coin flips are very satisfying, honestly. The ding 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 ding.
3월
You can definitely tell there was some thought into sound design from the fact that you can generally hear the sinner's coins flipping, but you cannot hear the enemy ones, or at least the enemies use a different sound entirely.
해보겠네.
4 more left.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지
Did the elders truly achieve some form of immortality? If so, that would explain why they're so obsessed with entertainment. Because they're never going to die, they need something to occupy that time.
아직 징발 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
하나 마무리했습니다.
I like there's a bit of a filter when a character wears their helmet. And yeah, I really love Dawn's automatic self-heal when she gets low. She really is good at tanking hits like a champ.
도박장째로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야. 아, 한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도
Yeah, I think I might
되겠네요.
actually want to borrow him or so for this.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
Definitely not holding back anymore, but I can handle this.
敵が来ます
운이 따라준다면
戦闘の準備
좋겠네요.
を
전격발.
I guess while I'm waiting for this, I actually did do the math. Unfortunately, I might actually not have enough time to get the Heisho Dawn before the Season 6 dispenser locks.
재밌네요.
If I get all the boxes I possibly can between now and the end of the Season 6, I might just barely make it. But the problem is, that's just enough to, get the average. I've opened up to like 200 boxes and only ended up with like 350 for the person it was for. Sometimes it goes a little over, but obviously that's not the fear I have. If I open it up and I'm like 50 short, that's going to require a reasonably large amount of additional boxes, which I straight up won't have. I think we've only got like a couple more Mirror Dungeon weeklies through that. And fortunately I still have work and stuff, so I can't exactly just farm Mirror Dungeon endlessly all week. Because don't get me wrong, if I could just stay home and farm Mirror Dungeon, I would do precisely that, but unfortunately that is not in the cards. No matter how much the reward tree would be helpful.
좋아, 코이코이.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
Not enough pride, eh? Gonna have to do it this way. Gaiety. Heal Gluttony SP next turn. Connect the dots, we got your back. 2 resonance.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
Yeah, once season 7 starts, I'm definitely gonna work towards the pursuance for Gregor. I don't think Gregor even has a pursuance, actually. I know Roja has one, but I think it's just her and Merceau for now.
너무 쉽군요.
But yeah, I'm pursuing Merceau to keep him dedicated support is definitely my game plan for now. I do know the Walpurgis one is really good for him, which uses the same slot, but that's more if you want your Gregor, your Merceau to be one of your main damage dealers. And to be fair, it does increase his clash, and even if he's support, it can help a lot there, but again, I'm not using fluid stack, so I have to consider alternatives. Granted, I could also use Rodian as a healer, but I won't. Knight Rodian loves to be negative for the purposes of raw damage. So if I have to heal with her, there's a non-zero chance she might corrode just because she's in negative sanity at the time.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。敵は深手を負っています。
That should be good.
정당한 공무집행입니다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Speaking of Gregor, I probably will want to invest in his Night All Walpurgis form at some point, especially since that does synergize with my the Tremor team a lot better here. The only thing is he turns the thing to a red, the Tremor type, when I want it to be the yellow kind from from Honglu's Cavernous Wailing. That said, part of me still thinks I should really make a second team at some, just so I can get Refraction Railway done before 5 goes away. I don't have to beat it 100%. I mean, I will try, but just getting as far as I can will give me a reasonable shot, a reasonable injection of resources. Those resources are going to be quite essential going forward.
열어졌지.
Smacky, smacky, haha.
넘고
Splat.
얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
좋아. 코이.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝利を収めた時です。
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 벌써 버벅이나? 완전히 멈췄나. 찬압한 시간은 전부 징수했으니 상관없지.
Why do I keep calling it Ascended Resonance instead of Absolute Resonance? It's weird.
도박장째로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
The heart. Wow, look how quickly we traversed here.
사무소 놓았네.
Alright. Yeah, I don't mind spending one of these. Although again, we should probably borrow a stronger Merceau. I'm not gonna say necessarily say better because the Capo Merceau is definitely going to be not much of a support. More the person you have your team support. Now, Thumb Sinclair, he's a support. We're still on the ground, right? This place sure as heck looks like the outside. Oh, right, this is where they mentioned before. This is something they mentioned before, didn't they? An artifice light. Yet one may easily mistake this to be a land under the real sun. We should be getting pretty close now, but yes, someone has beaten us to it. There's still a small hill in front of the bridge leading to the temple. There's the Shun's mercenaries. There was a small hill of bodies, almost all of them mangled and broken to the point we couldn't even tell how many of them there were. Top of the hill sat Li Hang, and the heavily wounded figure in front of him was... Wei! We don't ever seem to meet in fine circumstances, do we? What happened? What damn, y'all are slow, the molasses in the winter. I was just having some fun before y'all decided to show up. Looks to me this boy was just gonna park his ass right here till Ascension Hullabaloo wrapped up. You know, I was kinda excited about the showdown, given he's supposed to be this adept of the hay show, Pony Branch or whatever. He ain't hot shit without that poison in him, huh? What's he doing here? Our plan was to leave the matters of Lei Heng to Kree to deal with in the battlefield by the front gates of Dangyan. They saw through that strategy, and it seems Zhao sending Zulu aside us was insurance for this exact scenario. And as on cue, Zulu arrived. She was covered head to toe in blood, but I could easily guess the blood wasn't actually hers. I'll be damned. Y'all telling me now there's two ways to get in here? One's a secret engine, sure, but that rabbit hole she crawled through seems mighty narrow to me. Ah, shoot, had I known there was a direct passageway, I would have taken that, so going all the way around this gosh darn maze of a place. Ain't got no map around here. Would have been darn embarrassing to get lost at my age. Why don't y'all say hello to the boys out there? We sent them on their merry way to the afterlife. So, it really was you who set up that ambush. Listen there, y'all gotta understand there's still greenhorns, huh? Got much to learn and all that. I'll give them a stern talking to. I certainly are here at someone else's behest, right? Either to prevent the ascension or delay it as long as possible. Well, I was gonna catch that Zishun girl before she went in, but I missed my window. Ain't nothing more to it. Y'all are talking like I showed up to make some big statement or some shit. Then does that mean your mission's already? Doesn't that mean your mission has already been failed? Nah, girl's gotta head back to the main house and park herself on that throne to wrap up the ascension. Me, I just gotta catch her before that. So the Heisha won't be mobilized until she physically sits on that throne. Say, the concept matters alien to y'all? Shit, right the thumb. Real disrespectful of y'all to be sitting there, John, shooting the breeze like I'm one of your buddies. I mean, we don't have. I mean, we can be if you want to. Nothing says we can't, strictly speaking. Excuse me, but I've got something to ask. Oh well, alrighty, young Master Bao. Family got enough clout to talk to my face without making things awkward. Well, yammer on then. Is there a reason you haven't killed Master Wei just yet? The setup you have here makes me think that you'd like for us to negotiate. Negotiate? Hot damn. Negotiation's usually done on equal ground, ain't it kind of funny all from Limbus Company to call it that? Heck, I guess he ain't wrong. Here's the thing, I ain't got a clue as to how important this son of a gun is to y'all. He's still breathing, but I don't know if he's any good for negotiation. Being a Heisho adept don't mean much if you can't do shit, you know? Got some weird curse on you or something? Speak. Zulu, who's been standing beside us, suddenly spoke up. What do you want? Her voice was so deep and cavernous and sincere, it almost made me think she really was going to give him whatever he wanted in return for it. Got a real convincing voice, don't ya? That gets me in the mood, I'll tell you what. Yeah, well, what I want you, ya Pisca Rabbit. Don't tell me I want Zoo to die for... Oh, no, of course not. I ain't that shameless. And... let me cut you up. One slice. Doesn't matter what comes next. Bite it, don't bite it, fight me, don't matter. Take a single cut from my blade, I'll hand the feller over. Come on, girl, don't look at me like that. You know how this is. I've been in this business long enough to know. Fair fight, duels, I love them. With nothing more than to do them, but things being what they are, it's a no-can-do situation. We're both hired guns, ain't we? You know, we gotta do what we gotta do. So, honey bunny, ain't so sure I like my odds going up against a direct counter. Ed, you haven't changed. That's so, haha. We'll cut you in half, guaranteed. Just admit you want to kill her. Doesn't your tongue ever get tired of being a part of you? Ain't you one of them students learning stuff from Jacques? Master Q? Heard tell y'all's been using some kind of strange technique from over yonder. What's it? Using some energy protection? Apparently you come as tough as augmentations, they say. And you're covering that shin or whatever for to make light rings around your body parts or weapons. That's supposed to be Mang. Alright? I've been trying to learn how that thing works. Been waiting for an opportunity to test it out. Pretty sure I can make one Mang by now. Want to see you try your own against mine, see? Liang looked at Zulu with a sheet-eating grin. We don't know Zulu. We're barely even acquaintances. There's no way she'd risk her life for people essentially strangers. And what about Wei? Do they even know each other? I doubt he's as close to her as he's to us. Might sound cold, but we're not even that close to Wei either. I can't bring myself to ask her to risk her life like that. He's probably not kidding either. He's surrounded by at least a few dozen bodies, and there's not even a scratch on him. Wei struggles to speak through labored breaths, but his eyes tell me he's already accepted his fate. I only need my lady to be safe. This catastrophe was my fault. If I paid attention to her surroundings, she wouldn't have gone. Anyone while I'm gone. Please keep her safe. Instead of begging for his life, he asks us to look after Zishun, as he's always done. As Wei looks at Honglu, important to you. Truth be told, he probably isn't that important to Honglu. Wei was Zishun's loyal follower, and that was pretty much it. Honglu said he hadn't interacted with him much in the Dongyan before either, but I imagine that Honglu would probably rather not see people he cares about shed any more tears. He'd seen more than enough of that since the annihilation of the Kong family, and that goes for us. Can we really cut him off just like that? We didn't talk to him, but we spent a reasonable amount of time together, and quietly we've grown to care about him. We learned about who he was, and the kind of person his master Zishun was. Whenever we ran into them in all kinds of odd places, we were happy to meet them, and he really wanted to do well. We didn't want either to die, and as they were the first allies we made of our own volition, no matter how short-lived that alliance was, if we let him kill Wei, we'd be adding another regret to our pasts, knowing we'd let someone down again, as we're reminded every time, saw it in her yet subtle, yet noticeable sadness. We blame ourselves, resent our weakness. We won't stop thinking about how we could have prevented it if we were stronger. We've died and killed countless times on our journey here, but death is a force that swoops in at moments of dejection to remind us we can never get used to it. Speak. I know, we can't save everyone. I've seen enough deaths of our friends, allies, and those who could have been friends to see that. There's no reason Wei should be special. I wasn't about to make some promise with myself to never let anyone remotely close to us die again, but Honglu, I want Master Wei to live. And I don't want Zishun to be sad when we meet again. I know you don't have any reason to listen to me, Zulu, but okay. You didn't even let Honglu finish. He strode up to Lei Heng. Cut me down. How do we star? The winged tiger. Very well. Attention star. The unrestrained. Wait, are you? Flame bursts forth, slaying an intimidating Paudo, and then rises a pillar of fire before a single ring of light. On the other hand, a warm, confronting light, presumably the same he mentioned earlier, radiates from Zulu's body. I am Lei Heng, capital of the thumb, one of the 10 blades of the east. I will now cut you down with all of my might. You intend to cut me with your tongue. As though on cue, Lei Heng slashed her unmoving body with a diagonal cut. The sheer wind and pressure and heat was powerful enough to push some of us back, but Zulu was still standing, silently as she'd always been. Dig it, I know I wasn't going for the head, but that's some miracle. He managed to survive that hit. That shin thingamajig's one mighty sturdy thing. My hand's all tingly. Still ain't quite invincibility, though, is it? You're barely hanging on, ain't ya? Blood burst from her the moment he asked. Zulu. Honglu ramped to stop her fall. Why did you? Because it sufficed. The reply you did not wish to see one you cared for. Sad. She continues resolutely despite the gushing blood. And that is true humanity that I've learned. My path of justice, my humanity. The rest I leave to you, Clock. This woman who I had not even exchanged a single word with calls me a friendly nickname. When her own life's on the line. Ooh, finally got that annoying bunny out of the way. Alright, a man my word, and she knows it. That's why she let me cut her up so good. With that, he kicked away in our direction. Take him. 3 or 4 months of recovery and he should be back on his feet. If you survive me today, that is. You're gonna take the young master and get the door open, ain't you? Well then. He begins walking, cracking his neck. Y'all ready to go around? Should be able to wrap this up by the time they're done with the ritual thing. Come on, let's dance. Here it is, the fight that I've been spoiled on, and the fight that I've been preparing my team specifically for. Final power for everything on the target. None of us have any status effects, and yet these are all hopeless. Zero. numbers are shifting. Ah, he's inflicting tons of tremor. This explains why he can. I think I might be screwed at this point. He's already got Sandy as well. What's this? Severing Slash. Target slash weakness now counts as weak. Does not activate with those with higher. Expires at turn end. Let's redo our team.
너희에게 내일은 찾아오지 않을 거다. 4등급 미래 절단직들이 오면 그 내일은
사후처리로구만.
Now this one I'm gonna want multi-crack as the support for, because I'm gonna start with.
복지팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
가시죠. 하투페이.
부르신다면 언제든.
Actually, maybe for Heathcliff we should borrow a particularly strong one. Wild Hunt.
제 차례인가요? 흑수 어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리죠?
바로 가.
시간 체납자인가? 시계체. 마침내.
제가
H사와 89의 안내는 제게 맡기시죠.
Time to go with sinking this time. If he's gonna be that big of a problem.
이것도 지하인 거지? 꼭 생긴 게 바깥으로 나온 것 같네.
인공의 조명이나 가히 야외라 착각.
Holy crap, over 100 here. But he did roll very low this time, which is good for me. Neutral. This is an extremely dangerous one because it all comes down to whether or not I win that coin flip. Colors you have yellow. Might actually want to stick to blue with this. Power guard. We're gonna lose horribly, aren't we? 4,000 HP is a lot to eat through, and while he might probably...
개패가.
Wow.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
Of course, I'd bail it. Shoo, you sure this is everything you got? He's overwhelmingly powerful. So this is the captain, one of the 10 blades. I have to admit it, we simply don't have enough power to beat him yet, especially with him coming out with the intent to kill. That sword, just as enticing as always. I think back to one of our previous battles, Don Quixote of La Mancha Land. He was undoubtedly as a more powerful foe than Li Hang. There's a significant gulf of power between them, I can sense it. We're struggling against him so much more. Because unlike Don, this guy actually is trying to kill us. Yeah, that's the thing. At the end of the day, Father Don actually wanted to lose because that would prove that his dream wasn't dead, that Sancho would carry it on in some fashion. His jovial demeanor implied to him that this is just another day at work, and yet he's got no intentions of toying with us. He's going for the kill. I didn't know it could make that much of a difference. This is not so much to separate him from the rest of us. The sheer physical strength, experience, and skill, not to mention powerful armor and apparently famous weapon, all combined into a wall that stood between us and a goal. At least, if we could somehow find equal ground. Tante, what should we try next? Honglu asked with a slightly exhausted voice, but he's smiling still. That's strange. He's never been the first one to ask a question or share his opinion. He'd reply to others' questions, share a few detached observations if we're at an impasse, but Honglu, this is probably a bad time to ask him this, but I had a burning question need to be answered. Why'd you ask that? I mean, what I'm asking is, whatever I'm throwing at him doesn't seem to be working, and while I can keep bringing you guys back, I think I know what you mean, but I don't know why I asked. That was an odd thing to say. His expression didn't seem confused or complicated. His eyes created the sense of freedom of someone looking far off on the distant horizon. I felt the window open slightly ajar, or in a dark, stuffy room. Muffled noises have finally found a place to go, and a pleasant breeze has drifted through my room, and it carried me someplace little by little. His eyes focused on me. Maybe that wind is why I became curious of your thoughts, why I asked you about them, Dante. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what I can do to get past this monster. Dante, when you said you wanted me to make a decision, did you expect it to be this difficult? No, not like this. You think this task would be nothing more than a breeze? Well, of course not. But you gave a chance to choose for myself anyways. Well, yes, that's because I had faith that was the right thing to do. You already know, don't you? I didn't have a clue as what Honglu was going to do, but I believe his choice would be correct. And that's why he... Even if you feel lost, even if you're not sure of our options now, Dante, I have faith you'll be able to find a different path. That's what the gentle breeze whispered to me as it tickled my back. That's why Honglu trusted me. Very well, then. The golden bow resonances. Under mercy, all shall be made equal. Morositas. Under mercy, all shall be made equal. Huh? What in tarnation? By entering contract with me, the sinner's strengths were raised or dragged down to a similar level, despite the disparity before that. If we're in an unfair fight, all we need to do is level the playing field. Ah, not a darn clue what just happened, but you all sure keep making this interesting. Some kind of trick to bring me down to y'all's level? That's mighty unfair. When the going gets tough, I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. Alrighty then, let's keep this rolling. Have you decided what you should do, Dante? Yes. Time for round 2. His memory averages the offensive level and defense of all units. After it activates, all allies gain 3 levels. First time unleashing. Lasts for the duration of this encounter. Sinking. Oh, he still has sinking. And what do you know? I brought our sinking team. Alright. Favored. Dominating. Hopeless, oh dear. We'll just have to change that, won't we? Favored. Favored. I see. We're basically using this as contract on the enemy, power on the enemy now. Okay, good. We're tearing apart his sanity. As long as we can keep him from rolling well, he won't be able to do nearly as much. I knew borrowing the Earl King was and going for sinking was the call here. Oh, and because he can't roll well, as long as I can keep my Honglu's power at full power. Huh, he ain't that bad. Make it worth my bullet fees. Making it worth my bullet fees. What's this? Jaws. Prey. In a clash with the enemy, clash power reduced. This is equipment attack. This unit is equipped with an attack skill. Deal 50% less damage. Defense skill. Take less damage from hailing. Unit wins a clash. Gain 3 ego resources. Deal reduced damage. If equipped a defense skill, take minus 75 damage from him. Okay, so the goal here is to go defensive is what I'm seeing. Alright, we'll go about that. Beastly Instinct. Deals damage to targets with higher HP percentage than this unit. Low morale effects. Panic effects. Unit's panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect. Instead, this is inflicted with effect. Alright, what does we have that we at least know about? Basically, it inflicts a lot of burn and tremor. Prioritizes targets with prey. +1 for every 6 burn on target, but clash lose SP. Spend rounds. After attack. Clash lose. Alright, a defensive skill should make him take us take significantly less damage. What color is the card that she has right now? Red. Okay, so red. Oh dear. Favored. Dominating. Dominating. Favored. Where's this aiming towards? Her. Attack into that. If I can waste his ammo, that might not be half bad, I think. Let's hope my plan works. Damn it! Sandy is just shredded, and yet he's still winning with ease. Damage reduced significantly. And of course, because it's a counter. Counter lost. Alright, Earl King. Shred that sanity like you've never shredded it before. Okay, good. We're in negative sanity mode and that should make this significantly easier for me. I know exactly how you feel, buddy. There we are. If I can make him waste his ammo, that'd be quite nice. He lost the clash with his prey, and that means he's losing sanity. His damage is down. Come on, how did I lose that? Damn it! Ugh, that's painful. Damn it, he keeps getting lucky with these clashes. Oh well, as long as Earl King wins, we should shred his sanity pretty hard. One, two, three, and 4. That stagger's gonna kill us. Alright, what's this? Alright, what are you doing here, buddy? Alright, what's the stack here? Tangle Cleaver. Prioritizes enemies of prey, can clash with regardless of speed. This unit does not become staggered before using this skill. Consume all inner strength stacks. If this unit consumed around 10 stack, 25, the final power is boosted. How many inner strength has he got? 25. Okay, so he's using that specifically because he has 25. Clash lose. We need to win this clash at all costs. Favored. No. Dominating. We need to make sure that Rodia wins this clash at all costs. He will still deal damage, but it'll be significantly reduced.
당신 짝패군요. 차라리
Ha! We win! Take that, you bastard! And he takes so many penalties because he lost that clash. Sorry, buddy. It wasn't nearly as strong as you were hoping it'd be. Incoming. Prepare for battle, everyone. Oh dear. Dominating. 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 I think I might need to intercept that and have her eat the attack. Better for worse. Alright, Earl King can clash this one since it's targeting him. There's unfortunately not much I can do about that last one. Overheat. Gain clash power equal to the stack. Only one left, so... His sanity's being reset, so we need to make sure that he keeps losing it. There we are. Sinking. Excellent. Blasting slash. The damage is a lot lower than it would have been at least, but ow, that hurts. And that's why he's the Earl King, baby. Come on, stun him. We stunned him. Here we go. How many coffins does he have here? Just one, huh? Target 6 or more sinking. Clash power up. Probably sinking. Like more sinking. Just listen how happy he is. I can't blame him for feeling so good. We're not out of the woods yet, however. We need to go all out. As much damage as we possibly can this turn.
재밌네요.
지키기 위해서.
Wonderful. Haha.
큰 거 하나 쓸란게. 이제서 깨지 말어야.
I'm about to do something big for you. Don't let me kill you now and spoil the fun. 14 speed. Target target's play can clash with a skill regardless of speed. Clash lose, deal reduced damage. Skill cannot stagger the target, inflict only potency. Alright, who has the best chance of breaking this? Hopeless. Hopeless. How'd he get staggered? Yeah, I guess it must have been the bleed. Or burn. Turn end. Yeah, it was the burn. Favored. Defensive skill might not be that bad here. Good enough for binds. Dominating. As long as I win this, the damage reduction is huge. Go, Earl King. Show him who the true king here is.
나는 이
I'm
왕좌의
bound to
물결.
atop the solitary throne.
하는 자일지니.
Damage ain't much, but those debuffs are gonna be a huge asset. Of course it ends the turn.
판인지 끝은 보고 가야지.
Can't leave a dance unfinished, am I right? Favored. Hopeless. Favored. Dominating. We're gonna have to start breaking out the egos for this. Dominating. Neutral. Dominating. Yep, now's the part where we start whipping out the egos.
내놓고 있도록.
Take that.
물론고. 꺾은 차.
Ha. Your sanity's huge, but that doesn't change anything when I'm inflicting sinking and tremor. I have no idea what status, so let's see what which one wins the lottery. Burn won the lottery. Snag Harpoon will be good just for the bind, honestly, because the big thing is his speed is a pain in the ass, but this bind should keep him from getting too quick.
돌아올 서 있으면 목 떨어진다.
1, 2, 3, 4.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서
There we are.
희망과 미래를 찾아.
damage ain't much, but it's gonna make Faust harder for him to kill, and it's going to give a bit of healing on the side. Can't complain. Huh, honestly, it's actually doing more damage than I thought it would. Can't complain, I guess. Yep, that shield protected her. Sorry, buddy, that's what Hard Shell's specifically here to prevent. Things are in our favor, are they? Let's keep it that way. Favored. Body sack. Dominating. A little painful, but not much choice, I suppose.
당신 짝패군요.
Counter was a bit painful.
돌아올 서 있으면 못 떨어진다.
But it looks like he didn't stun her, but only barely. When he loses to his prey, he loses the majority of his benefits. And I figured she might lose that. Well, Hard Shell will work for now. Body sack time. You forgot to the world. We'll get you back. Here we go. I'm about to drop some big on y'all. Don't let Killian spoil the fun. Dominating. Yeah, all they do is defend.
당신 짝패군요.
Sorry, buddy. You're not gonna win.
내가 찾은
This is how I chart my own
나만의
path.
방식.
Tremor burst.
호랑이를 잡으려고 그랬으면 누구도 잡아 맥힐 각오를 했어야지.
Ha. Not enough. You got the upper hand. Now it's time to press on. Dominating. Make sure that doesn't go off. Favored. Dominating. Dominating. Struggling. Dominating. There we are.
일기당천.
Crow's eye view. This will bring him attack down, so his attacks will hurt less. Guess I'll grab a sip of my drink then. There we go.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
Fierce weakness. Staggered. Excellent. The Earl King won in the end.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Yeah, this guy's just straight up setting his sanity at 45 every turn. Cavernous wailing. Heart shaken by sorrow, bursts like this.
터져버리죠. 맞디야, 이건 좀 받아보라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Got less than 1,000 HP. You're dead, buddy. No, I can't get cocky. I'll be frank with y'all. Real impressed you even pushed me this far. Painful. But Yoshihide, y'all gonna be sure to unsheath that sword if you really wanted to win. I figured it'd be a scripted ending. More of a sprinter than a marathoner, eh? Your power don't hold up too well when the fight drags on. Time's up. You'll head hard, I'll give you that. Shame this is where it ends. But this should have brought him to our level. Maybe this may be attributed toward the gap in our combat experience. I can barely stand. What? No more whining, Wingjin lad. It ain't until it's over. We'll get him eventually. Heathcliff encouraged us with his usual bluntness, but it's true the determination was the only thing keeping some of these sinners on their feet. Temple's right there in front of us, but we simply can't get past this final threshold. Who said that we were key to stopping this powder keg from blowing, but we're stopping this one man on a bridge between us and the temple. Thought I finally found a way to even things out by resonating with the golden bow, but I just don't see how we can get past this wall. Do not kneel. A low, deep voice boomed from behind us. We'll all be. Y'all sure got here fast. Could've just taken a sweet darn time. We just had to get right here. It's about to finish him off, eh? Oh, I see. Honey Bunny didn't deck that hole for no reason, huh? Mighty honored you came all the way down here to see me, but I reckon things go south real quick without you busting heads down there. My presence here took precedence. They're not the kind of people who must stagnate here. That's so. Well, let's see then. Let's see who'll greet them fellers once they're done with their business. Let's see when of us will get to roll out the red carpet. I always wanted to kick your behind. Ain't this a mighty fine place to do it? Hot damn, I'm burning up. Despite Lei Heng's gung-ho provocations, Q paid him no mind. He looked at Zulu, who was barely breathing. She was slumped against the wall. How long do you remain in slumber? Will you remain in slumber, Zulu? She ain't gonna wake up anytime soon, friendo. I cut her up real good this time. I want to put you to rest right next to her. His blade flashed with fire once again, and he charged like lightning towards Ku, but his staff brought the blade to a screeching halt. Brother, go. Lei Heng's forces have already been alerted to the fact that Shun has already entered the temple. Thus, in that brief moment when she completes her ascension and exits, they will attempt to cut off her head before she gains full control of the Heisho pack. They will use that loophole in the ritual to become the hierarchy. They'll use the loophole that the ritual to become the family hierarchy isn't truly over until she rises to the surface. The Shun does not have any substantial foundation nor a sponsor who protects her. No family will come to her aid. It is most likely they're simply waiting for someone to kill her in their stead. However, one thing I can give you is that once you enter and exit the temple alongside Jishun, not a single foe shall cross this bridge as long as I stand. She will survive this day. and we will bring her safely to the surface and escort her to the seat of the hierarch. Indeed, it will be a considerable undertaking for any family to strike down a family hierarch, even one with a foundation, and like Zishun. If that is your will, then I will help as well. Now, how did you... What in the gosh darn? I thought the Zhu family turned against Dongyeon already. Not all Zhu has. Miss Baochai has sent me in secret to assist you. I have not come to discuss or pursue our lofty goal. I only wish that neither I nor Miss Baochai wishes to see you fall here. That is all. Then stand with me. Stand with me against the tide and defeat any foe who has made it through. Gladly. Thank you, Dao. Over there, the soldiers of different forces marching the temple. You Don, well, this is only a matter of time. If only you got what if y'all thinks you got what it takes to try and stop us. Let's see if y'all can live up to your boast. Go forth, Xiaobao. I have faith your heart is true.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체
Dang.
이제 가오를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지. 다시
Yeah, there's no question her damage was the thing that was carrying us, but we can't forget that winning Clash is a huge bit. And of course, Ishmael was no small contributor either, but yeah, you can tell who the big damage dealer was. Temporary truce. We're approaching the end. With them defending the bridge, we managed to reach Tenkan Temple's entrance, only to find the last people we ever wanted to see in front of its gates. N-Corp and their troops all wearing ego gear. This almost looks it almost looks like they came ready for war. It's happened exactly as the director said so herself, Gubo. Goodness. What brings you to such distress, my wilted and fallen old fellow? It would have been no trouble for someone of your intelligence to surmise we'd be waiting where your journey ends. Or has your love for the company of these new fellows slowed your mind? The path I walk is a very busy one, and I've no words or sentiments to impart on one such as yourself, when a dear fellow of mine requires my support in haste. Huh. He opened his mouth to say something in response, but Sang swiftly brushed past him without hesitation, and you certainly took your time, little brother. What's he? He's waiting out here to greet you and your friends. Do not glare at me so. You need only accept our offer, and we shan't have to fight. A temporary truce, if you will. Oh, seriously, a truce here and now? It just so happens we have business to see in there, and Bao, you're our only key. Must have come here to search the golden bow, as you always are. That's not what we've come here for. We intend to leave here as soon as we earn a sample. Something far more important to us than the golden bow. Let's not engage in a skirmish that, after all, will be in vain. You expect us to just believe you? Think about it for a second. Would we have forfeited with so little hesitation had our purpose been to claim that golden bow? We thought coming in third would be more than enough to procure what we came for. All I say is there weren't acting on behalf of the Jiff family at all before N-Corp. Are you stupid? All that stupid? You must be. Well, I suppose we were the team that saw that Don Quixote is actually a vampire princess, and whenever she takes off her shoes, and then during the checkup we decided, hey, you know, it'd be cool if Don Quixote took off her shoes. That can't possibly end badly. I don't recall ever hiding my allegiance to N-Corp last time we met, or did you collectively choose to forget that? Besides, I wouldn't lower myself to participate in this messy little game for something so worthless as the honor of the family. Yeah, he was very much a practical person. He doesn't care about sentiments like that, yeah. I've not once lived for this family since the day I changed my name. The Shi family hired us, the N-Corp League of Nine Lashors. Our job was to void the results of the evaluation if a Shi family candidate fails to win the contest. They never change, do they? Mediocre qualifications, yet always coveting something far beyond their reach. And as you might expect, N-Corp does not give up so easily. If you would not accept my truce, we can simply sit here and wait for you to do something in the standoff. We're not the ones pressed for time here. I hope we're not taking his words at face value. We're not, but do we have any alternatives? He's already stalled us enough. He's right, we're the ones running out of time. He's strong, but not even he can stop all those soldiers on his own forever. I'm growing anxious. He says he's willing to leave us alone once he gets what he wants. There's no way for us to be sure of that. But it's hardly a good idea to fight him now and remain in the standoff for who knows how long. If this fight is inevitable, it's better to enter a truce for now, find Zishun, and then fight them if we must. Besides, Honglu said Zishun might be in danger. If we have to prioritize that no matter what. It can't be helped. Let's head inside. So I made the call. Alright, let's try your idea. Do you decide to open the door? At least your leader has some semblance of intelligence. Here's to our fruitful yet brief cooperation. Lead the way. We'll be right behind you. And we finally made it past the great gates of the temple. Honglu, He approached the gate's handles. Then, with one hand over the eye, he brings the jade eye closer to the engraved hole. The
이
gates.
문을
My
바깥에서
eye
열
is the
수
only
있는
key,
건
opening these gates from the
어르신들이
outside,
원하실
so that I
때
can visit the elders
언제든지
whenever they
인사를
want me
드리러 갈수
there.
있도록.
Now we have to just hope the hell... I was gonna say I hope the elders haven't already killed her, but then I thought no. That would end the game without anticlimactically. And remember, these elders are mortals who care nothing for anything except their own entertainment. To be free from aging and death. This team is perfectly acceptable.
차근차근 그어서 대갚아보죠.
I don't want to go inside, I'm scared. Bow, a little bow, the gem of the family. How many times must I tell you you mustn't fear? It was always your destiny to be the precious jade of our family and the elders. It was decided on the moment you were born. The reverends are and await your arrival. You mustn't make them wait. Silence, your craven behavior is unbecoming before the presence of such a precious object. My humble apologies. Yeah, it wasn't obvious before. Honglu may have had a rich and privileged upbringing, but it was nothing more than a gilded cage. No wonder he was on no hurry to return. I'm not. Only those who are blinded to the true forms find themselves delighted or repulsed by material beauty and malformation. They are the past and future of Dangwon. Hopefully I muted my mic in time for the sneeze. Only thanks to their deeds and good karma that such luxuries are permitted to us. Must always have the most graceful heart, am I understood? Oh, but, they're so scary. I'm here. Oh, hello, Jacko, welcome. We're reaching the end of Canto 8. I'm pretty excited. Welcome, little Bao. We have waited long for your arrival. Ah. I had a feeling they had some tricky thing going on here. Whoa, that one can't even speak. Oh, today must be your molting day. Master, please save me. If I'd known, I never would have volunteered. I see you're enjoying it down to the spinal marrows. This reminds you that to hand its flesh over to me once you've drunk it in full. Your greed in claiming extra chunks of its flesh have harmed the integrity of my body. Oh, Bao, we cannot wait the day you're fully grown. We eagerly wait the day you're to depart, to see far and beyond, witness and hear great things of worth. Okay, thank you. Welcome, little Bao. Is it not too early an hour for you to greet the elders? The ascension of the family Eric is yet to be completed. It's Shun! For them is Shun, a conscious and what looked like an altar, and... they are. Despite our sudden arrival, they turned to us without a hint of mild surprise. Oh, they're the revealed Zenren of the Dongwon who venerate and worship so profusely. Indeed, I knew this would happen. Oh, come hither, come hither. Looks like they have the same thing as Spice Bush, Yasong, and Dongbek. Ah, it is there. We've been looking forward to meeting you all. You recognize us? I must say, the blood-crafted rides at the amusement park made quite the interesting. Okay, so this does explain it. They could see through Honglu's eyes this entire time. I was aware the blood fiends are imbued with unique powers, yet it was most enticing to witness the manifestations of their might myself. Even I did not know that a higher kindred commands such overwhelming might. His abilities were quite distinguished from the blood fiend elder, that of the blood fiend elder of Hongyon. We'd be remiss not to mention the laboratory, the basement of that manor. Ooh, is a most wonderful sight. We are most delighted to watch that man melt into nothingness, only to be remolded and reborn into something new. You should have been here to hear our thunderous applause. And I would like to commend you all for the sheer hatred and ferocity you have demonstrated when you roused so violently into the pallid whale's belly. Truly a dramatic moment. We could almost feel the heat of your determination to take a life from there, the fires of hatred and vengeance. Thou hast been watching us all along, then. Indeed, through Bio's jade. We have witnessed this journey of yours from the beginning until now. What a priceless offering you have all been. It a wise decision to make Bio depart from this place. We did not have a moment to feel even an inkling of tedium. I find it quite exciting to see you all. those who we've only peered through the jade, up close and in person. It is said that in recent years in the city, some subset of the population would see present circumstances and an occasion to receive their signatures to a mysterious end. It seems a subset of the population are referred to as fans. What manner of insanity is this? You sought immortality so diligently, only to encase yourself in the theater of fools that one does not but leer at plays made of the lives of others? Eons of emptiness, filled with naught but struggle against tedium. I have found true enlightenment in this life of eons, that the most important part of life is pleasure. All along. Every other emotion is fleeting and meaningless. You can no longer feel them. Death is finite, yet boredom is infinite. Big bro. You seem to ever gain consciousness. She calls out Hong Lu in faint, fading voice. I see that you've come too. Where am I? Where's... Ah, Venerable Mu, the noblest land, where the Reverend Zhan Ren reside. You have but one more ritual to complete to become the family hierarch. Meet Canto. Yeah, this has certainly been an exciting one, that's for sure. Her face was contorted with sheer, unadulterated fear. Now, present yourself with the utmost respect for our ancestor, our steadfast roots, the one who's become an Anamana word for the sake of Hongyan, the great families and their descendants. Ah, the blessed Yongyu, shiny home worm, the Anamana worm of the immortal emperor. The trembling voice began to swell with emotion as they began to harmonize as one. Something squirms beneath the skin of Mu's neck. Continues to quiver, slowly taking shape, sculpting into a face, then to a head protruding from her flesh. Nope, nah, thank you. I'm not gonna look. Yeah, I can't blame Rodian, but unfortunately, you're my strongest ID in terms of raw power, so I'm afraid you can't go anywhere. You gotta be on the front lines, buddy. The face holds an expression so benevolent that it almost seems eerie. Oh, that thing, is that the Amnana worm? Only by accepting his eminence into your body shall you have the honor of becoming one with the Zenren in both psyche and soma. Unparalleled honor of receiving generations of knowledge, wisdom, all of which have been acclimated through our venerated elders. Be honored to be in the audience of such a great man, the first to be metamorphosized into the form of an Anana worm, the founding hierarch, the founder of One could spend their entire lifetime venerating and exalting his greatness, and they would still fall short of the blessings he has bestowed upon us. He has never graced your presence until now, little Bao. He is the one who has amassed the greatest quantity of deeds among us. Know that his wisdom without equal. The plan to manifest the precious jade was formulated by magnificence. Many years passed until the family hierarchs, both those who came before and after my reign, came to realize what we needed most was amusement. Oh, the commiserator of our pain, our suffering of tedium and meaninglessness, this all-encompassing emptiness. He has bestowed this royal palace on the peerless gem for us. That is the day the Taikan Temple became complete, the land of endless amusement and pleasure. A land we didn't need to empty our thoughts any longer. Paradise on earth, is it not? Revolting. Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth, Ryoshu. Revolting insects, scouring for morsels of satisfaction from peeping. Sacrificed so many innocent lives for so little. All for these deficient forms of immortality. So much for the enlightened one. You are vile fools. Man. Grandmother, I'd like to ask you something. What happens when the new hierarch accepts the new worm of the great ancestor? She'll be gifted with the accumulated wisdom of all the Zyren here. Then she'll be freed from this pathetic, disconnected body of an individual, freed to share both her emotions and reasons with all of us, and eventually evolve into a transcendent being that exists solely to dedicate herself for the prosperity of our land. A being that exists solely for prosperity. All who accept the worm end up desiring immortality. All those who have accomplished by a certain degree of deeds naturally carry the desire for immortality. It is simply human. Every family hierarch must find out their own secret over the course of their reign, to the day they abdicate the responsibility, and all Zaren have so far. What's with this weird obsession, huh? You all carry the mantle of hierarch. Each one of you is top dog of a whole wing. Must have lived all your lives with all the bells and whistles it has to offer. So how come you all end up living away, hidden away in this dank basement? Insignificant worms destined to crawl their miserable lives under our feet to their dying days. A part of this world having accomplished precisely nothing shall not understand. We refuse to return the void of non-existence, leaving behind all of our labors and accomplishments that's brought Hongyeon to its present glory. Were we to fall, so too would Dongyong, and so too shall Hongyeon. How are we supposed to leave Hongyeon behind, our own creation? The life of mere era. Or could the destined to peer out before it reaches a century is hardly a time to truly lead. We existed at Hongyeon's inception. And thus exist we shall at the end of Hongyeon. Well, let me ask one question. You get a whole bloody chorus. We have tarried over long. Except the ancestor's worm is very much like the experience of being reborn. Is that not what you sought so desperately? To stand before the masses with their undivided attention all? Am I going to be like them too? I remember him. He's my great-great-grandfather. I thought he'd left to meditate a long time ago. He used to sneak me snacks and told me so many fables and stories. Fears, a fleeting next to the eternity of euphoria that awaits you, girl. I've experienced the very same myself. She slowly approaches Zishun. Zishun. Honglu, take a step towards her as well. Remember what you asked me earlier? Is it even your call, brother, or are you following their orders? Back then, I didn't really understand why you asked me that question. But now, I'd like to ask you the same thing. Zishun, do you really wish to become the family heir? It has been so much fun, big bro. Zishun gets to play with Big Bro all day and get a present. She didn't even have to do anything. I think it'd be cool if we could play together like this forever and ever and ever. No, I don't. Not like this. Ridiculous. What this child desires is of no relevance. Tradition's wills the sacred ritual. The tradition will not be defied, as our forefathers have of we. You need only do as you're told, for that is the hierarch's destiny. What destiny's sacred ritual? I say a bunch of well beyond geriatric bastards looking to turn her into just another tool in their hands to prop up their opulence. You can't force her to doing something just more. Your friends certainly talk as though they're living in a dreamland. No wonder they're fellows of yours, huh? Foolish girl, the will of an individual is trivial here, don't you? Only by accepting the truth shall you preserve your life. How dare you allow such insolence to guide your tongue? Oh, be not agitated. The child Ishmael is a rebel by nature. Such recalcitrant is best allowed to slide as the puerile resistance of an immature thing. What do children who have experienced less than half a century speak of wisdom? We've watched your journey from this incipience to know. Thus we know you better than anyone. Their lives have been shaped by nothing but foolhardy, young, witless, and flawed choices. Yet from their flawed choices we have found amusement, and by their foolish choices was this journey called adventure made possible. Adventures are indeed luxuries of imbeciles. It was quite enthralling to watch as you made choices that we would have never made. We watched as you battled your way here, thus we know what you've come for. Yet the answer is simple. You need only allow the animal to enter Zishun, help her assume the responsibility. In all this chaos, this adventure shall be resolved. We need only await our next amusement to begin. Gamu, it would be thoughtless of us to not bring up the day of the Kong family massacre when discussing our finest amusements. You honor me, revered giant. Non-human beings of intelligence birthed within the boundaries of the city, breeding again and again and again. The newborns, torn ripped to shreds by the head before being swept away. And creme de la creme, our little witness bows tears, blurring his vision. The most fascinating transformation from that day onward. We'll experience the height of stimulation that day. You have done well, Mu. What an effort it must have been. Now you may join us here in the temple. Join this eternal witnessing, the last of your endless days. Do look forward to the new amusement Zishun shall bring us. Young and foolish adventurers, dearest companions of Little Bao. Fulfill your purpose having come here. The survival hinges upon the completion of the ascension. They weren't wrong. Our purpose for coming here was to quickly certify the next high hierarch and remove her outside forces that invaded, prevent the war. But their other purpose in visiting was to obtain an artifact called the Golden Bow. Ah, yes, that knows my mind. They gathered under one banner to find the artifacts known as Golden Bows and are motivated solely to acquire them. Let's show it to them. Show them the gift we prepared. Your wish is my command, General Zhairen. She showed us the golden bow shimmering in its familiar incandescence. Bao, do as you've always done, accept this golden bow and embark upon your next adventure for us. This is our gift, a token of appreciation for the amusement you have and will continue to provide us. Blue, Sinclair looked at Honglu with a sad expression. I couldn't tell if he was worried about the choice Honglu would make or if he was feeling sympathy for him. Sinclair, he's got it. But I think I already knew what Honglu's choice was going to be. Little bow. There is a light smile on his lips. He stands still. Little brother, do not let me down another time. Who has so generously presented this opportunity before you seize it? Grandmother, what will you do if Zashun refuses to accept the animal worm to the end? The exalted worm is too frail to have his form manifested outside of a body for overlong. Not to mention how the sacred ritual to accept him is a very precise procedure. Continued resistance could pose significant resistance to our life. And you both do well to remember many in Dongwon who desire the responsibility of the family heir. The very same rabble willing to abandon their own flesh and blood if it meant they could seize power. So, if Miss Zhishun refuses, you're just gonna shove that worm in her ear and be risking her life. If she dies, you'll just swap her out with someone else. That is why she must accept into herself with a deferential welcome. So this whole war, the whole thing's a sham. It's all a meaningless charade. Like the contrived condition that you have to find an answer to immortality to kick all your siblings off some stupid competition to become the family heirarch. All of it just for the filthy greed and this disgusting amusement. Allow us to be a part of concept for you, orphan child of tragic stupidity. What other method would there be, if not the evaluation, to determine if a candidate is someone with enough wit to provide us amusement, like Moo's destruction of the Kong family? Yeah, it was pretty obvious, but here they directly say it. They weren't doing it because to rise to power or whatever. This was entirely just for a quote-unquote fun. Thus, the evaluation is no meaningless charade. I'm sorry, grandmother. I can't take that golden bow. Why do you choose this path, the bow? The company that has taken your desires for nothing more than this golden bow. Yes, maybe, but I don't wish for anything like that. As long as you help me continue to float away, I'll do what you ask of me. It will be troublesome for us to ask you to employ you with an incomplete wish. It's difficult to employ you with an incomplete wish, so allow us to propose something. We promise to give you something to desire. In other words, give you something to want. Oh, what does it mean to want? The sensation that moves your heart, a sort of hunger or yearning. Once you have that, you'll no longer simply float, surrender to the ebb and flow of the water. I see. Now might be the time, even if it means I must push against the current, even if it means I'll be abandoned. I don't think I can sit here and watch as you force her to become the heirarch she doesn't wish to be. You'd rather walk away from this comfortable, treaded path and venture a thorny one? You'd rather have even more blood on your hands? All you had to do was let it happen, and we could have both gained what we came for and left, ending this excruciating experience of having to look at your face. What is it your organization's even after? I also have a question for all of you. Have you really wanted to walk a pristine path of no bloodshed? Can you say that you've not caused anyone to suffer in your pursuit of these golden bows? You left behind countless deaths and sacrifices for that purpose. You turn a blind eye to every single suffering in your wake. So what's another death and another sacrifice? Is your little sister, who you haven't even spoken to in years, mind, suddenly more important than the bow? Now that's some rich hypocrisy. Pursue your interests, pursue the reward that will lie before your eyes. What must you make things so difficult? I wanted the same, brother. All this time, I had no qualms about simply watching things float away. Why is it so hard to let go all of a sudden? Then it would be reasonable to assume this truce is no more, and that insignificant girl has to accept the worm before we're to acquire what we came for. Disgusting as always. Isvan Q, Gubo, Juan, and their subordinates began to assume battle stance. Wow, that was a really long one. Yep, they've all got ego gear. Oops, I forgot to borrow Earl King. Oopsie. That's alright, I'll just go back and borrow Earl King.
당분간은 고개 숙이고 기어야겠군. 무리한 임무도 아닌데 실패했으니 이번 주고는 오래 보겠어?
There we go, that's a good one.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
가기 무서워.
What a really strange team. No judgment, of course. Yeah, I only joined a few months ago, so my team is mostly swapping off between a sinking team and a tremor team. Yeah, my team's a little random bullshit go at the moment. It's a little goofy. Yeah, I joined around the Arc Knights event, and I was able to, as you saw, I did get lucky with the Walpurgis Knight, where I got or sharded some pretty good IDs, but a lot of this is just what I was lucky enough to grab along the way. Even the, chat by end for me, the requirements may cause issues. The lack of experience may cause issues. Offense level. Flash gain 1 stack. I need to put her into defense mode, so I'll go ahead and do that. Run at Heathcliff Canto and climbed into having like 4 or 5 different teams. Yeah, right now I'm trying to focus as much as I can to get the Tremor and the Sinking teams or Tremors or something else, just because I need 2 in order to do Refraction Railway 5, and that one's going to be changing fairly soon. Casting Shade. Now what color does she have? Yellow. Favored. This is a bit of a gamble, but I think it's going to be worth it in the end. What's this guy aiming at? Ah, the Earl King. A little neutral, a bit dangerous, but not much I can do about that, I suppose. Oh yeah, I have T-Corp, Dawn, and Otis. I actually had them in the front. I actually had the main, I had my Tremor team at the front for a bit, but I swapped them to Sinking after I noticed that Lei Hang kept having his, resetting his sanity to 45 every turn, so I swapped to the Sinking team. Probably should have swapped back, but I don't think it's gonna matter right now, to be completely honest. Where's this one aiming? Lu, huh? Yeah, everyone's focusing Hong Lu pretty hard. Well, this is gonna come down to how these early clashes go. Alright, we'll just restart it. I can actually show off my team now since I'm resetting here, because if I lose all the clashes, there's no point in continuing. He's really unforgiving, yeah. Yeah, here's the team here. As you can see, I do have T-Corp, Dawn, and Otis. They're usually up there with, along with Hanafuda, Ishmael for my main Tremor ones. I use Rose Spanner Merceau as the support there, since he reduces clash power a good bit, which is always nice. Where'd the Earl King I borrowed go? I don't see him. That's weird. He should be in here, right? Here he is. I knew he had slightly different art from the others. Yeah, usually I'd have the Tremor ones up first, but I'm using Sinking right now since I'm fighting a lot of these guys here. I'd use Queen of Hatred, Dawn, and spammed her ego and the rest of sacrifices till suddenly reaches 800 HP. Honestly, I think my Sinking team actually did a pretty good job. I think I only lost 1 person, if even that, which is, yeah, I lost a couple people, which is unfortunate, but honestly way better than it could have been. He was the main fight for this Canto that I was unfortunately spoiled on a little early, which is a little disappointing, but what can you do? Okay, good. He didn't roll nearly as high this time. Neutral. Dominating. Power guard that, if you please. Yeah, I should be able to win that with the guard. I do have Queen of Hatred Dawn from the Walpurgis, but it's a bit tricky because she kind of wants to be in a charge or envy focused team. Although I guess I do have enough middle IDs, I could potentially go that direction, but step at a time, a step at a time. Wait, what am I doing? I need to do this way. Favored, that's good. Struggling. I don't like that struggling.
자, 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh, come on, really? There we go. Yeah, these first few fights are gonna decide the whole thing, I think. It's gonna be a little dangerous.
달라진 것처럼
Damn it.
굴지 마. 그때나 지금이나.
Don't pretend you've changed. You're still the same as you were back then. Scum. Damn it, how am I losing? Of course I'm losing every single one, but he lost everyone too. That's hilarious. They both failed so often, but mine failed. He just failed harder. Okay, good. We're now in the...
단단히 그르치지
皆さん
마시게.
には探偵さんがいらっしゃる
내
ので
모두 터뜨리고 싶어지.
Don't let your pastimes ruin your judgment. Makes me want to blast them all. He's got AoE, so I need to take care of him immediately. I don't have anyone that can handle it, I don't think, though. No, I do. It's risky, but I'm gonna have to do it. Hopeless. Favored. Neutral, is that really the best you can do? An absolute resonance should help us out a lot, I think. Hopeless. Neutral. I don't like the way this is going, but gaze. Although now I'm starting to see what N Corp Ryoshu is based off of, I can tell you right now. 115. Good luck. Come on, really? Oh, he's got negative, that's why. Sinking is actually helping him. Oh, that's bad.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, come on, he lost that. Why is it dealing such ridiculously high damage? Winning Clash is supposed to reduce the damage, not increase it.
그때나 지금이나. 넌 여전히 개자식이니까.
Heart towards a new era. Okay, with all this in mind, part of me wonders if I should just restart and bring my Tremor units in. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter too much at this point. Dominating. Struggling. Favored. This is bad. I'm not liking this. Chance to corrode. Power counter. That might actually be a better idea, so let's go with that. If the raw attacks aren't working, sometimes a defensive skill can help. When those Knight Assassins came for Hong Lu, I tried to spam his dodge, and he dodged a shocking number of attacks, and we're dying. Dude was dancing there.
아무것도 남지 마라.
해봐라. 이 폭풍이 찾아들 때까지.
Holy crap, how many attacks does that damn thing get? This guy's seriously giving me more trouble than Lei Hang did? I think they might. Come on, really? Holy crap. How the hell do I fail that?
재밌네요.
주라디야. 죽도록 달릴
It's like a
시간이다.
critical moment, doesn't it? I'm counting on you all to make the right move. Dominating. No, that's an unbreakable coin one. That one's a breakable coin, though. Dominating. Good. Ugh, 5. That's a lot. But we need to have favored mode here. Lament, mourn, despair him. Let's use positive or negative ones. He does have negative ones, but not many. This guy's... Oh, he only has some. Alright, let's go. What's next? Dominating. Struggling, neutral. That's the really. Is this really the best I can do? Guess I don't have a choice.
날카롭고 정확하게.
우리와 함께 사라져라.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Okay, this should be good. Get it. Alright, now hopefully now the Earl King has his mount, it should be a bit easier now. Ugh. This is very close. Damn it. I think he staggered her, that's even worse. I can't believe this fight is giving me more trouble than Lei Hang did. Don't get me wrong, Lei Hang was tense from start to finish, but I actually had a reasonable grasp on that. Okay, one enemy down, that should make it a lot easier. Land of Illusion. I hate this eats so much glue, though. Almost all my egos on this team use a gloom energy. Alright, ego.
서도록 할까?
See some interesting changes in the enemy behavior. Dominating. This is really the best I can do. Well, not necessarily. Bang got nerfed heavily, so he wasn't as strong as he physically could be. Oh yeah, that's right. I really should have everything focused on this one guy, though, just because the sooner he gets taken out, the better. It's a bit risky, though. really hurt if it hits Rodian, but at the same time, I kind of want to get this guy out of the fight as soon as humanly possible. So if I focus everyone on in this turn, I'll take a lot of damage. Even when it's broken, 6 skill does 200 damage. Yeah. Ooh, wow. Yeah, I probably would not have been able to beat it with the random bullshit going on right now. That's for sure. Yeah, the question is, do I want to eat a bunch of hits in exchange for possibly taking out Gubo this turn? Because getting rid of him, I think, will make the life significantly easier. Okay, no, I need to stop that from hitting Hong Lu because he staggered the turn. I can't let that happen. That's not ideal, but we do what we must. Not ideal, as in that's not the best option I could do. Ooh, but it's gonna have to be good enough. Alright, let's see which status effect wins the lottery. Rupture. Not bad, I guess. I guess I go. Oh, right. Sorry. There we go. Favored is extremely in big, massive quotation marks, but almost everyone has gaze on themselves right now. I think everyone actually does, period. Which is a little bit annoying, not gonna lie. Those are breakable coins, so I can actually negate those. Dominating. Hopeless. Struggling. Dominating. At least that one's dominating. Echoes of the Manor. Dominating. That's unbreakable coins. So let's break. Ugh. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's anything I could do to keep Earl King alive, unfortunately. Granted, I guess if as long as I make sure I do enough, actually deal enough damage to take these guys down, one could argue that's worth it. Doesn't gaze make you take and deal more damage, Swan? Yes, it does. But the problem is he also gets quite a few bonuses against anyone who has it, which is why I'm slightly concerned about it. I don't like the way this is going. We're definitely losing someone at this point, but if we can at least take out one of these two idiots, we should be in good shape. Okay, good. Hong Lu, of course, he failed the mutilate coin flip on the damage, but that's fine. What matters is that I won the clash. Sheesh. I was warned about Lei Heng well ahead of time, but I wasn't warned about this one. Sheesh, at least only did 50 damage that time. The last time it did, what, 70 to 100? What a pain in the ass. We lost someone. I was prepared, but that still sucked. How the hell did you win that? This is going south very quickly. I have no possible way of stopping this. We're all dead. Everyone's dead. Yeah, these guys are all facing the casualties are occurring. Some deaths are necessary. Indeed, but that doesn't change that they could wipe out the entire team, and then I'm stuck with nothing. I need something good. Unopposed. Well, I'd best get more gloom going. We're losing at least 3 sinners this turn, and but I guess this just means my sinking team will rotate out and my tremor team will take over. The most overpowered team in the game. I did this fight, never realized how hard it could be. Yeah, I'm genuinely, yeah. Even so, though, from my understanding, this fight's never been touched, right? So, I guess when they nerfed Liang, they decided, we'll just have this fight be the hardest of the chapter, because this one's actually troublesome. Either that, or I actually prepared better against Liang than I thought, because part of the reason I took several hiatuses was to prepare my team accordingly. Alright, backups are coming in. I didn't actually lose as many people as I thought I was going to, actually. Kind of interesting, that. Dominating. Struggling unopposed. Target fixed. Ooh, looks like Ishmael's the only one who could do anything about these guys. Yeah, these are all target fixed, so he's gonna kill her pretty much guaranteed. Good news is she might be able to do something about this, but yeah, people now actually complain about this. I don't think they did anything about it. I guess they found this one to be difficult but fair then. Dominating. I should probably focus this guy down to get rid of these idiots, but... yeah, I know let's go with an absolute... no, we need to do it this way. Yeah. No absolute... the absolute resonance... I looked up what it actually does. It is helpful, don't get me wrong, but I'm kind of surprised at how much the tutorial emphasized it as an important thing. Also, hello Maruharu, welcome to the stream. But yeah, the status effects and your team synergy matters way more than the resonance. I mean, it helps, don't get me wrong, it's always nice to have, but... and yeah, for real, I probably should be focusing this guy pretty hard, just to get rid of him, but... I really want to be rid of this stupid, about Gubo here. He's a pain, nothing more less than a pain in my ass. Huh. Oh, excellent work, Honglu. Now I don't have to worry about that idiot any longer. Hell, most the tutorial doesn't really cover everything it should. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm glad that a friend coached me in what the game stuff actually means, because if not for that... oh, interesting. He's gone into... okay, so he is out of the fight. He's at a lot of stuff like... yeah, stuff like base power, coin power. The game never shows what any of this does. Even just the coins equal your number of attacks are kind of really nice to know. But the game doesn't really go into too much detail about that. And my understanding is this is after just watch the SGU. Yeah, I have seen those later, and I will say, yeah, if me or my friends aren't around to do a direct tutorial, I'll probably direct people to those, because they actually do reasonably break it down in an easy-to-grasp manner. Favored. Dominating. Favored. Hopeless. Actually, what am I doing? There's a way to guarantee this is dominating and fix this problem all at the same time. come to think of it, actually, no, I don't need too many people doing that. I guess I can have her attack into... There's only like 2 or 3 teams where resonance is important as they make it out to be. Yeah. The good news, however, is I might have the components to actually make a resonance team for an envy resonance team for charge, because I actually have all of the middle IDs, as well as a couple charge or supports like Multi-Crack, Heathcliff. And since I need 2 teams anyways, that's a very tempting prospect for me to take. Alright, here we go.
멍청한 짓을 했구나.
Please kill that idiot. Oh, come on, really? Could you really not kill that guy? I have most kinds of team build except Tremor. Most of my luck and pulls have brought me to the Tremor team. I just happen to also get a few who are sinking along the way. So my team's a bit of a hodgepodge of those 2. Heed me. In the name of those buried in destiny, I shall make this oath to the light to mark the hateful beings that stand before us. That your strength merge with mine, that we develop. I joined about during the Arcanines crossover event at a friend's recommendation, and because I actually do play Arcanines. Wonderful, won the roles. And the Walpurgis Night was a very fun event to be part of, even if it was a bit more simple than they usually have it. So those were pretty exciting. And that's basically the result here. All these units are either ones I pulled or... Oh, phew. Thankfully, T-Corp Dawn's a pretty strong tank. If someone needs to take a hit, she's here to do it. Alright, all that's left is one more idiot. Get together, everyone. Can't waste any more time on these sickening, revolting insects. Target fixed. Dawn. In that case, I might want to activate defense. And good news for me, Dawn likes when enemies focus her down, at least while in T-Corp mode. Unopposed. Oh wow, basically nobody has any speed. 3 teams working some of the rest. I mostly just want us to try and get 2s to get as far in Fraction Railway 5 as I can, because my understanding is it will end as soon as the season does. Damn, I hate this. Struggling. Will this be easier? Neutral. This is my best bet. Guess it's time to pray in the coin. Actually, let's do it this way. Actually, apparently gonna last a little longer. Oh, well, that's good then. That'll give me a bit of time to put 2 teams. But I do know the Refraction Railway 1 rerun is going to end as soon as the season does. So I need to... But the good news is my team here should be able to handle that. Brilliant glory. Line 1's permanent. Oh, it's gonna stay. Oh, that's wonderful news, honestly. I was worried. It's a shame I missed it before, but I'm glad I'll be able to enjoy it here at my leisure. Poor Dawn. 5. Well, at least this time I've got a few ways to handle this. I'm lazy to do line 1. But this also means I can do it at my leisure, which is gonna be quite nice, I think. Alright, we're gonna undo that. You attack into the counter, if you please. There we go. I'm gonna have to have someone attack into the counter, and Uma Yasang has a pretty reasonable shield, I think, to be able to take it. So we're gonna do it that way. Oh, he's got some shield of his own. That's not gonna work, buddy. Command Meltdown is here to stay.
아득한 여정.
Rupture Bleed in
멈추지
charge.
않을 시대에서
Nice.
희망과
I'm still hoping to get Heisho Dawn before the season ends, but that's really gonna be pushing it. I might be able to get just enough to make it, but again, the RNG can screw me because I'm sure most of us have opened those boxes before. Open 200 expecting around 400, and I get like 350 or something stupid like that. Ah, shanked. Excellent. Only 21. Cheap Dawn, Fluffy Dawn. Indeed. Plus she does work well with the, what's it called? Have all day show. Might have gone overboard. Maybe. But yeah, since I have a sinking team and a tremor team, Heisho Dawn would definitely be a better sinking addition than Magical Girl Dawn, because while Magical Girl Dawn does have sinking, let's just say I wouldn't rely on her sinking if given the option. Favored. Target fixed, is it? Shields. Wonderful. Yeah, she has sinking for flavor reasons. I'm gonna say it is appropriate to have a magical girl that functions at low sanity and high sanity, given how many shows like to break them these days. Very thematic. Excellent, he's stunned. Stagger on Dawn. Unfortunate, but the good news is we, Alright, let's deal as much damage as we possibly can. I'm pretty sure we've got this battle in the bag, even if he takes down a couple more sinners, although that's still a few more sinners than I cared about. A few more sinners than I care to lose, I mean. There we go, we won. It was a bit more tense, but then again, I guess it wasn't nearly as tense as Leheng, because Leheng I was on the edge of my seat pretty much the entire fight. This one, as soon as Gubo went down, I felt like I couldn't lose. And if we're honest, and I probably couldn't unless I, you know, actively threw. For Rupture is also for flavor, since the abnormality from the gear did fix damage types. Yeah, that's interesting. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink. Looks like this is the final boss of the chapter. Ah, there we are. Happiness, wrath, sorrow, and joy. And since this is the 33, we just need to beat this one then. I think I'm gonna stick with the sinking team right now, so let's borrow our buddy's Earl King again.
와일드 헌트야.
Oh, now that's annoying, Trick. Everything's just bouncing off that solid. The fact that N-Corp already found a way to successfully extract Ego has already been identified. However, it's at a much more advanced stage than we imagined. Clear stage EX condition. Oh, that means it's gonna be hard, isn't it? But they physically could not have enough time to reach this level of completion. You're not the most pleasant bastard to be around, but I admit, you're certainly capable. It's no surprise that a layperson such as yourself fails to see the vast mind of a scientist. Yeah, but I didn't fail to notice that Gubo was the biggest weakness. His debuff directly said that inexperience will cause him to weaken, and indeed, the more clashes he lost, the more his own debuff effect was weakening him, which is why I wanted to focus down him in particular, because the sooner he was gone, the better. What really happened as my research deemed it fit, did it not? The defensive field generated by the ego is invincible. The lineage of the hierarchs must continue, the bequeath of immortality must continue, the amusement of life must continue. This momentary lapse of judgment mustn't be allowed to shake the status quo. You need only remain a gem, nothing more. Your responsibility was to keep the jade clean, free of marring, to further bring joy. Yes, correct the foolish child wanderings, return to the rightful road. White is the gem, the child who must witness nothing but the greatest luxuries, the apex of the world, endeavor to become worthless stone again. Now, ensure the child, the beneficiary of our love and care, may fulfill his duty and purpose for existence. What a tragic turn of events. I mean to bestow you, forsaking one of the paths of immortality I had acquired. Yet you would pursue pointless, meaningless, fleeting charade against your own grandmother? Yes, grandmother elders, you've all loved and cared for me more than anyone else in Donggyuan has. That's why, while my own brothers and sisters were doomed to spend their lives killing each other, I could simply witness their lives plummet to the cold earth, all from the comfort of my own room. My parents also told me that I should be thankful for being born as a gem, that I should feel lucky, that all I have to do is keep an eye open. But grandmother, what if I told you I'm exhausted, just tired of glimmering on? Precious jade has no such thing as wants or desires. The golden bow. It slides into her body, begins to flicker, its power spiraling into her body. The rewinding process you've shown us the first round was most fascinating, and it's unlocked a new level of understanding in me. The true worth of this artifact, previously unnoticed and allowed to remain untouched within the depths of treasury. Once we leave this little ruckus behind, I'll be sure to put the golden bow with the rewinding thing to good use as well. Interesting. Bolus. Be honored by my presence, for you are the first to witness the power of this bolus. Interesting. Is this the first time the final boss is actually powering up to fight the sinners? Whoa! Oh, hold on. Oh, we're getting incoming raid. Oh. Says you folks were playing Silk Song. Oh dang, hope you all had a good time. Welcome, welcome, I'm Luce, your resident legally distinct fae creature here. I'm just fighting the final boss of the most recent story chapter, in Limbus Company. And yeah, since it's the final boss, this means it's gonna have a theme with lyrics. Alright, yeah, as expected, she's doing nothing but fighting. Let's take a look at her passives here, see what she does exactly. Gain malattunement, base offense and base defense. BAP, so wonderful. Thank you, everyone, and thank you very much for the raid there, Spike Moko. And if any of you need to call it for now or need to head off, thanks for the raid. Remember, self-care is important, so if you need to take care of that, by all means. And everyone else, welcome. Here, yeah, she's getting powered up by this thing. If panicked, recover from panic at the start of next turn and reset SP. I guess specifically to counter. Friend code for Limbus? Sure, if you'd like. I can even show it off on stream after I beat the final boss of this chapter, too. Hollow Obedience. Clash power expires when the SP reaches 45 or when the stack drops to 0. End of turn. Lose a stack. Right now, Honglu has no blind obedience. I'm guessing that's going to happen eventually. Yeah, she's focusing Hong Lu completely. If I have to, I can use his dodge, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. First of all, first things first, what color is the card that Ishmael drew? Red card. Okay. Favored. I'm fine with favored. Oh yeah, I should use this to offset this. Guards offset. Alright, Earl, King. How is this looking? Favored. How's this one looking? Struggling. Struggling, really. I don't like these having to be neutral, but gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. Yeah, we'll offset these. Going sus. Alright, here we go. Damn it! Damn it! Oh, unfortunate luck. The RNG giveth, the RNG taketh away. Yeah, she's transforming now. Although it is interesting, I think this is the first final boss we fought who actually had to power themselves up. Interesting to think about. For once, we faced an enemy who stood absolutely no chance against the sinners if they didn't use the Golden Bow's power to become stronger. Fairy Grandma, oh my, indeed. Favored should be good enough for now, I guess. Neutral. I know at least one person into this. I wouldn't be surprised. Favored.
자, 어쩌길지 잘 생각해보라고.
Alrighty. Gotta be careful. Granny's not too rough now, but she's gonna be packing heat in just a moment. And unfortunately, those red coins mean she still gets an attack in after I win the clash. At least winning still lowers the damage dealt significantly. Ishmael's had rotten luck this fight. At least we can keep her sanity under control so she doesn't win as many coin flips. That should make life a little easier for us, I think.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Gotta stick to the red coins. Just favored, huh? Dominating. I gotta dominate this one because I need to make sure that does not go through at any cost. Favored. Favored. Offset it. Go.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Ooh, those look like delicious cakes. I got a few fun and emotes myself. Let me show one. Bad luck. Yeah, the fact he has some skills that are conditional on Honglu having an effect, yet Honglu doesn't have it, implies to me there's something's gonna happen to give it to him. Oh, nice. Even though Knight Rodian is probably my strongest character right now in terms of raw abilities, I still feel like Hanafuda Ishmael here is my ace unit. Alright, the Earl King has arrived. Oh, look at this. Dominating. Dominating. Favored. Yum, yeah. Let's say I'm pretty excited. It's been a while since I've had a naughty, and it's especially for a major boss fight like this. Favored. Yeah, we're gonna offset her defenses. Beheading. Seems like that might make dealing with her a little easier. Yeah, her HP is shockingly low, so I know for sure. You know the optimal way of using Heisho? Yeah, with Lord Honglu. That's why I mentioned that the smart option would be to be using him to fight, but... Oh, I've witnessed so many lights, so many colors, and so many emotions. Everything that I've had to witness drew my gaze away from the rest of the world. So my world is nothing but a meaningless mess of confusing, patternless, and incongruent. Sometimes I wonder what kind of world reflects in the eyes of others. So what kind of world do they live in that they become so attached to these little insignificant splotches in myriad of colors? Why concern yourself with the way mayflies live? Their concern is only for what lies immediately before them. They are myopic, unable to see far enough to achieve anything of significance. You believe Hongyang could have risen to its present reputation and prosperity had it not been for the revered siren. The other nests would have destroyed and devoured us whole. Blue. I know not everything in your world was colorful, but you must have felt something. Something that made you feel like a heart. Basically, always start with their defense skill, which gives them a buff. I have noticed quite a few characters seem to have that. Like, the reason I go out of my way to start with the defense skill on Knight Rodian is because that sets her into her negative sanity stance, which of course amplifies her damage significantly. Likewise, Dawn and... T-Corp, Dawn, and Otis also gain their borrowed time buff powers, which also relies on it. But at the same time, I don't want to have just everyone defend on the first turn because everyone's going to be taking some unavoidable hits, so... Especially since I'm not using Fluid Sac. I joined as partially and because of the Arcanite stuff like Command Meltdown, so I cannot replace that skill, so... I get to have things a bit harder than some. But hey, some optimal strategies some popular or optimal strategies don't even use Faust, so... Feel like a heart. Yeah, stance change is usually how they do things. You believe so? But it slipped away from me so long ago, and this place is too vast to find anything once lost. That's not true. I'm sure you'll find it again, as long as you put your mind to it. And I really do like how Dante, the protagonist, the player character, has also been getting a lot of development in these cantos. From being confused about everything to slowly taking charge as the team's leader. As long as your heart is truly in it. Little bio, don't let these empty words stir you. How could a frivolous thing like a puerile heart possibly do for the great will of Ho-Yong? Oh, revered siren of my heart, do you believe this to be true? You understand, you acknowledge and appreciate my life, and all the time I've sacrificed for Ho-Yong? Revered siren of my heart speaks. That I, following the great will of Do-Yon, shall be reborn. Reborn as a mighty, noble, and immortal being. Excited for everything. I don't need eternity. Happy. You know it's a big deal when they bring out the song with lyrics. Are these fixed target? These are clashable guards, but this is the only one that's a fixed target. And that's always on, prioritizes Hong Lu. Well, let's not disappoint her, shall we? This is extremely risky. This is extremely risky given how everything revolves around the coin flip. But, well, I'm already playing a gambling game for that. You listen to that soft, beautiful voice. Yeah. It's time for the cycle to be broken. Offset defense. Offsets the defense. We're going... Oh, excellent. And absolute resonance. It may not be as essential as the game mentioned, but it still helps because it increases the attack. Low power weight, I believe. The little sword icon, I believe, is what goes up. Here we go. Excellent, he won it. Go, Hong Lu. Got him. I don't regret picking Ting Tang Hong Lu out of that thing. Oh darn. Precious Jade's Cradle. Oh. I was not expecting this. Let's see, 171. Explosive Amusement. Unit connect this heals 25 HP and loses 20 SP on turn end. Gain 1 stack at 3 stacks. Self-detonation. This unit is killed by self-detonation. Inflict the cage character with 3 hollow obedience on next turn. Something tells me I want to prevent that from happening. Oh crap, what's this attack that multi-hits? Prioritizes Hong Lu. Well, we don't have Hong Lu with us right now. Favored. Favor. Only favored, huh? No domination? Neutral. Really? All that neutral? Actually, maybe I should prioritize Hong Lu's cage here to try and save him. It is important we get rid of these, though. Don't get me wrong, but... Neutral. Is this a bit easier? Favored. Here we are. Neutral. Is that really the best we can do? Struggling. Struggling. Dominating. Just not using him. Do you mind if the unique with Lord Hong Lu? Yeah, sure. I have noticed that all the final bosses do have a unique dialogue if you bring a character related to them in some fashion. Not ideal, but we're gonna have to do what we can. He just completely refuses to be cradled. Oh, dang. Huh, interesting. Little combo there. Sorry, I had to lean in to see what that was all about. Damn it. Get it together, everyone. But yeah, we need to break this cocoon at all costs. Dominating. Neutral. Is that really the best we can do? Damn. Dominating. Dominating. Good. We should be able to do what we can here. There we are. Huh. Oh, come on, really? There we are. There we go, we got him out. Ow. Am I really gonna have to stagger this entire time? Last of his transgressions, outsiders shall not covet the treasure of Dongyun. Dominating. 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 There we are. Offset that. Here we go. It turns.
아무것도 넣지 마라.
Here we go.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서
This should also help by making Faust take significantly less damage anytime she does some more those unbreakable coins. No, sorry, I lost my train of thought for some weird reason. Pretty exciting. Be surprised how many people I've run into with the Vortex that don't even have a single one of those icons. So the theme or something themed around it. I guess it's most just like using for networking or something. Though I suppose it's not like it's inappropriate for this game. I mean, Canto 5 and all. Haha. The king has arrived. Prioritize Honglu. Clash win, clash lose. Offensive level up and defensive down. Probably worth it to risk using that coin there. Dominating. I definitely need more gloom of energy from my egos. Here we are. Here we are. 5,000 is quite a bit of HP, but my sinners can chew through that eventually. Keyword being eventually. And tomorrow we'll play whatever Big Bro Bao's favorite game is. How's that for a plan? What do you want? Here's some homework. When we next meet, you better come up with something you'd like, okay? Happiness.
저랑 노는 건 그다지 재미가 없었을 텐데도
It cannot have been much fun to be around me, but Dao always invited me to play with her. She was always the first to sense how I was feeling, always wanted to be there for me, always the one to be sad for me, to be angry in my place. Almost deluded me into believing I was no longer just a gem stuffed into a treasury. We are. Hey Grandma, something's that happened the other day, let me tell you. Yeah, those are all just flashbacks. Unopposed. Yeah, getting his Brilliant Glory started is gonna be a good idea, I think. We need to get started after all. This one is pure. Let's see. Target us when this targets Honglu deals 0 damage. Targets Honglu, stagger him, turn him into Precious Jade turn, then end the turn. After attack. That's going to be a bit of a pain to deal with. Oh yeah, I love that they made sure that every battle theme has lyrics after a certain point in the story. It adds a lot, that's for sure. Favored. Dominating. Gotta make sure that one fails no matter what. Favored.
이쪽으로.
Excellent, we still won. The sinking should keep her from getting too many rolls, unless I miss... Oh yeah, she's got positive coins, so I don't have to worry about accidentally sinking her into a more difficult fight. Alright, time to begin the aura farm.
저 밝긴다. 돌아하니여.
No damage, but the Kratos gonna be a bit of a pain to deal with. Oh, he refused! Wonderful. What's that bubble? Honglu Clash Power +1. Happiness. Upon taking fatal damage, he will not die. He nullifies the effect that turns into Precious Jade once. When clashing against skills that turn this unit, Clash Power 5, this unit does not win. He does not become a Jade. Recovers from stagger and reduces Moo's SP. Yeah. Yeah, I think I mentioned it earlier, but even in the random battle, the generic fights in this chapter, I've started to notice the Limbus leitmotif that plays within all of them. Pretty good stuff. Dominating. Dominating. Prioritizes home. Struggling, favored, dominating. Here we go. Dominating. I love to see the domination mark there with all these. Unopposed. Oh my. Let's go. Am I missing someone? Oh, whoops, I forgot, Rodian. Dominating. Actually, no, I should use the blue one, just because, again, I have a lot of egos that use bloom energy. Well, it's nice. His chat's being active, I suppose. Hopefully it adds a bit to how exciting the fight is. Chimera Granny is certainly being a bit more troublesome than expected. There we go. Ugh. He rejected it. Ooh, is that a stagger? I'd hate if that was a stagger. Ah. Get it together, everyone. Ugh. These are crazy high numbers, but what I really need to check is, Guess it's time for an ego. How about one that does not use, Gloom here? Actually, even just the basic one might not be half bad here. Dominating. Favored. I could go for an A resonance, but might be better to do it this way. Ego. Wow, all that just for a neutral? Never mind. Sheesh. Neutral. I hate to leave this up to RNG, but we're gonna have to do that. Just that. pose. Yeah, let's go with it here. Here we go. Hopefully the absolute resonance will be enough to help us win all these clashes. Body sack. At least the body sack gives a pretty nice buff. Even if you're forgotten, it's the world. We'll get you back. Don't worry, Mayors. I'll make sure nobody forgets you. Ha. One, two, three, 4, 5. Wonderful. That's why I like Hanafuda Ishmael so much.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Dominating. Gain an attack power up and gain haste. Dominating. Dominating. Target's fixed for Honglu, I'd imagine. Dominating. It's at 40, so let's try my ace here. There we are. Alright, I need this one too. Actually, I should probably have Rodian take that hit. That way, there's absolutely no opposition for it. Alright. Jab, jab, jab. I want to play a bolus making game. Gather a bunch of sand, pebbles, leaves, and seeds to make a bolus. And the best bolus wins. Joy. Juan always liked to follow me around. He probably wanted to make grandmother to recognize him. He always had this dream, even as a little boy. He wanted to make be one of the top bolus makers in the city. Sorry, brother, I should have listened to you. I'm so envious. I just wanted to know what they were gonna show. Maybe he really could have achieved that. Flasher skill, regardless of speed, cannot be staggered before using the skill. Minus 50 damage, and damage dealt by the skill can no longer stagger targets. On use, gain basically all stats. Mildly a pain. Probably Glory. Yeah, Glory probably has the best shot of beating it. He's probably gonna die immediately after using it, but honestly, I think that's a worthwhile sacrifice that ends up happening, because it does. If I win all those coin flips, it's gonna be a genuinely massive amount of damage, especially since I made sure to offset the defense skill first. And of course, I need to make sure they go last. I probably didn't need a slag harpoon, actually. I should not have done that. No, wait, no, I did, because I wanted to get the card, to get the Hanafuda card effect, so it had to be blue, but I didn't draw a blue card. And that's what egos are for. Here we go. This is this honor, this glory. won't be tarnished. I missed the last coin, but wow. Yeah, I think that was worth it for almost 200 damage. Oh wow, right, it couldn't kill, which means I can get this baby off easily.
멈추지 않는 시대에서
So now we get a slight bit of healing, but more importantly, Faust is now shielded.
답을 구하시길.
Shields up. I want to make a joke here. What if, but I'm not sure if a Gen Z defeats the elderly. He is going to be appropriate here. Technically speaking, all the sinners are full-grown adults, even the younger one. Hopeless. Ugh. Let's see what this is. Dominating. Of course, gotta dominate. Favored. Yeah, I don't want to use up one of those egos right now. I've got a lot of envy, but not very many actual envy. Maybe it'll be better for me to do this, actually. Yeah, dominating. I need to make sure. Beating Grandma to death live on stream. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Struggling favored. I'm fine. Favored is good enough, I think. We're having this much trouble. Maybe I should do it this way. I don't have gluttony for any of the others, after all. Favored. Neutral. Dominating. Yeah, it's mostly that one in the middle that concerns me. Neutral, over here. There. Yeah, favored. Dominate. Okay, yeah, that should be good enough. Sync to make sure she fails these. Oh, of course, she just heals, instantly heals all of her sanity. Why not? We got ourselves one sane granny here. Actually, that's surprisingly, shockingly appropriate, since this ultimately is all about granting her and the other elders their immortality and entertainment. She knows there's no insanity here. She knows exactly what she's doing, and she has zero regrets. In a way that almost makes it more horrifying. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now that's satisfying.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
This chapter really has done quite a bit to highlight just how far the sinners have come from the start. Those shields are a pain. The reasons, but we cannot stop here. Dominating. 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 Oh yeah. Always love to see that dominating name up there. Struggling. Ugh. She still have a blue card, or yeah, she still has the blue card, so I think that's within our best interest to focus hard. Alright, this should be good, I think. Alright, Grant, you're going down. You're now reaching about the halfway point. which means we should be soon getting a new scene with Hong Lu that will power him up. Hopefully, anyways. I must say, the fights have all been very exciting this chapter, that's for sure. It felt like even the generic ones weren't holding back either. Slice, slice, slice. Big Moo would post minion memes. Maybe. Even if not because of liking them himself, just because the responses would be the most entertaining thing ever. Yeah, I won't lie. Sometimes just having people have a meltdown over something so simple can be hilarious. I won't lie. Let's see here. What's an older one that would probably be? Oh yeah, Fallout 76 was one of those games where it's the most entertaining game I never played, just because seeing everyone's reaction every time they screwed something else up was hilarious. It was such a good time while it lasted. Here it's actually decent now, which is, well, it's good. The people who played are going to be enjoying it a lot more, but it's also in a way disappointing, because now it's just another MMO type game. I guess that's kind of the irony. Yeah. Come on, bio. It's time to visit the elders. Sorrow. That's right, not all emotions have to be positive. But what matters is that he's actually feeling them, that he's actually having these, that he's actually being himself. They were always so kind to me, the elders, but I wanted to play with Dao instead. With time, I stopped being so afraid of them, but they always spoke as though they knew every little thing about me. My only use is to be a window, an amusement for the elders in their long, tedious lives. I don't need to talk much. I only need to see as many interesting things as possible and to wear a pleasant smile for them. It cannot be helped, young master. The prudent option would be to witness all in silence. Oh, whoops. I wish Zeren could be back to her old self again, but I know that can't happen, so I smiled. Get rid of that, if you please.
한화 휴재, 개인의 꼴물 친하시오. 전장에 전념하시오.
Alright, let's stick with the purple. Struggling. Struggling. Dominating. Struggling. Yeah, if you go out in the snow, be sure to drive safely. Actually, maybe I should do it this way. Dominating. Well, actually, I should have her dominate that. Who is genuinely evil even by the usual standards of the city? Yeah, I kind of got that impression. Like, it would have been one thing if she was trying to destroy... Like, if she joined the Kong family just to gain power or something, that would at least make sense as a power grab, but she was doing it for entertainment. Thankfully, Tidal Elegy is very good against single targets. I hate when they end the turn early like that. Oh my. Get the your target has 50 HP, coin power boosted. Interesting. So if I want to have an easier time with this, okay, never mind. Holy crap. All right, let me see what these things do. Heal. They self-heal a lot, and they do it a lot. Damn. Has Sublime Immortality. Turn start. Core in every part gain 5% of their max HP. Is shield. At 1 HP, replaced with Imperfect Immortality. Absorb when struck by shills. If this effect is inflicted, gain 1 fragile. At 5 stack, become staggered. HP will not drop below 1, but at 1 HP, replace this. So by just upon getting hit, heal 10 SP the center who attacked it, gain ego resources to least own. Okay, so that would be Gluttony or Pride. That would actually be very, very good. Alright. What's it? Infinitely bequeathing the will of Hongyan. Low morale effects. Even the Earl King just want to make Kathy happy, even if his mind was even the Earl King just want to make Kathy happy, even if his mind was faltering. Yeah. Yeah. Ahab just plain wasn't insane the whole time. Earl King was fighting for Kathy the whole time. The Don Quixote was basically wanted to lose because he saw his dream fall apart in front of him, and his last hope was that Sancho could defeat him and prove that his dream wasn't dead. And despite how hard that fight was, that was him basically letting us win. Dominating. Yeah, I need to do that one. Oh, thanks for the sub, Copen. Yeah, I'm really having a good time. No wonder you said this one was your favorite chapter. It's a damn good one. I'm still a bit partial to Dawn's, but that might be because Dawn's sins and stuff and backstory felt a bit more personal. And I suppose it's not unusual to find a sinner whose story particularly resonates with you. Alright, she's blocking twice, so everyone else can focus on these stupid things. Favored. Okay, let's go with favored. Let's go with an ego for this. Favored. Only favored. Gonna have to make do. Very well. He still has 40 stacks, doesn't he? Yes, he does. Ricardo is morally right. Totally not biased. Yeah, Ricardo does have a genuine grievance, even if he's taking it ridiculous. And of course, Li Heng was just doing what he was paid to do. Ooh. Dominating. Struggling. Hopeless. Body sack it. Favored. Alright, it's all gonna come down to this. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to kill Mu while this is the case because all those tree trunk thingies are giving her shields. But for now, I can at least win these clashes to ensure her damage is as minimal as it can be. Just, you know, casually slamming Grandma against the wall. Undersea wall. 5 hits. A shame that was all against shields, but oh well. What matters is the damage is not going well. Give me your vitality. X-Name. There we are.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
The damage is very high. What matters is... Ooh. Time for a nice AoE. Unbrilliant Glory. Unleash your full power. This is one of the few WoW egos I have at up tie 4, so this damage should not disappoint. The middle is demented. The core theme of protecting family is good. Yeah. It's easy to see how the middle has so much appeal, just because every member is a family. Excellent. That tore so much of them a new one. There, now Earl King should be ready for next turn. Likewise, the thumb cares about hierarchy, respect, and honor. Even if it's to a ridiculously twisted degree, it at least makes... It's a twisted way of how a lot of things work. There we go. Ooh, she's staggered. Time to smack down. Neutral. Who's this targeting? Uma-san can honestly take the hit. Yeah, it might be better to focus entirely on dealing as much damage to Mu as we possibly can. Yeah, I think we can afford to take the hit in favor of simply damaging Mu as much as we possibly can. Yeah, only 100 HP. We're gonna tear through that shield and hit her actual health immediately. Damn it, long jump. Give her Yeah, her HP is getting shredded now. Dominating. Dominating. Neutral, huh? I definitely need to get rid of this thing sooner than later, so I'll worry about Favored. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, dominating. Let's do it this way. Oh, right, your song. Oh, wait, no, that's a defensive skill. Yeah, that should be good. Dominated, dominated. Okay, good. Let's go. Faded fit. Middle and the thumb are probably the best syndicates, at least compared to the other fingers. I've only read about the others, by and large. The ring is definitely twisted. They care about art. Their art is extortion and murder. So it's a twisted thing. The index, they only vaguely mentioned. I know my understanding is they kind of go by some sort of commands they get from some sort of, from something. But yeah, basically it's just a matter of have to follow the rules at all costs. But they're very vague rules and can be interpreted in a bunch of weird ways. And I know quite literally nothing about the pinky. I just know that they exist because of the 5 fingers. Unless we're talking about a cartoon, there's... Or I guess a Yakuza, that still, there has to be a 5th. And there we are. Alright, she's still got the red card, so we'll do that. Dominating. Neutral, huh? Song, offset that if you please. Dominating. Dominating. Excellent. The index all just genuinely insane. I'll have to take your word for it. I only vaguely know of what's been mentioned and in this game and a few offhanded remarks that some chat members have mentioned on them. They haven't made a show up, but I get the sense that Limbus is going to be giving us basically the grand tour of the city. Oh wow, look at that! Over 400 damage!
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Play with me, big bro. This room's too big for just Zishun. You never should have said that to me. I won't be visiting you ever again. Wrath. Again, even negative or things like wrath are important for him to start feeling. Shun was once a child who found happiness in the smallest things. A child who used to like playing with me. Once she gets older, she'll be like every other child in Dangyeon. She'll resent me, envy me, try to kill anyone else who's shooting for the seat in the family hierarchy. But I had hoped she wouldn't come to hate me, so again I smiled. I didn't die yesterday. I didn't have to die yesterday if you just helped me. You have any idea how much it hurts when they chop off your neck? It hurts, it really does, but you can't even scream. They grant his kneecaps. That's the goal. I wish for nothing but the worst sufferings on what's left of your miserable lives. Japan never wanted to fight. He was a pacifist with a soft heart that could easily be brought to tears. But after a few deaths, his every word became a stabbing thorn. And he gladly impales me with them as he curses me. I ended up hoping that everything he curses me with comes true. So I smiled again. Wow, Grandma and Mother tell me there's no other women in Dangwon that possibly hope to match you, other than me. Let's live the happiest life we can together. We'll only see pleasant sights and eat only the best food and enjoy the best beautiful luxuries life has to offer. Aren't you excited? Bao Chai loved me, but what she loved is not a person, only the light that I radiate. Just as I loved her fragrance, letting the will of Dangyeon carry me away would have wed me to big sis Bao Chai. But the feeling she spoke of, this excitement, was nothing more than a heavy, cumbersome accessory. It was unwieldy. It was much more than what I deserved. So I smiled. So now you'd rather isolate yourself in this room? I don't know what to do anymore. Whenever I see your smile, I find myself drawn to it before I become so hateful that I never want to see it again. Thou will now hate me the rest of her life, just as everyone else does. So it's better I shut myself off in my room. She could have left me, but she chose to remain by my side. Maybe it wasn't a choice at all. Maybe she was bound to me. It was my fault she has nowhere else to go, so the only thing I could show her in response was... We have transcended the yoke of life and death. Thus Hoyong will shine for all eternity as well. Pain hydration? Good idea, thank you. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. And I will say, I do genuinely hope we actually get some plot relevance to Ricardo. Don't get me wrong, I see why everyone loves him. He makes a strong impression, he has a larger-than-life personality you can't help but love, and of course his literal aura farming. But he only really seems to come as a filler fight, because he just kind of comes in Canto 5 to show off, so that, basically be a plot device to introduce the Indigo fixer, and he's only really in the last intervallo as a sort of buy time before the sweepers show up. Otherwise, he's basically taken out immediately after. I'd like to actually get to know him a bit more. Maybe even tell him it's a shame we only got to fight together once, because it was neat fighting together alongside him against those sweepers. That was a really cool effect they did. I have a huge Envy Absolute Resonance. Can you see why I was considering Charge Resonance as a good team here? And I do believe this should activate the 5-piece. Yeah, this should activate 5 bright for that big hit. So, yeah, Granny's going down. From next Canto, too. Here we go. Granny's going down. Critical. Holy crap, that was a good one. And of course, Rodian finishes it with a wonderful flourish. Your only duty is to witness. That is all you are. That is all you were ever capable of. You know this better than anyone else. Honglu, your smile has changed not once, then or now. But we have come to know your smile is more than just a shell. I know it's the same smile that brought me to the past. The smile that I thought resembled brother Youngji's. Thus, Know your
나는
distant yet
홍록군이
true
그
heart,
까마득한
Honglu.
진심을 알고 있는 홍록군 또한
There was aught you have felt from
우리를 보며
us,
느꼈던 것이 있지
had felt from
않는가.
us, was there not?
고독,
Solitude,
꿋꿋함,
steadfast, lingering, so bitter, and yet so
씁쓸하면서
intolerably
함께
exhausted.
외로움,
Loneliness, regret, anticipation. The castle of ice was so lonely and
그
cold
미소와는
despite your
다르게
smile.
갈등,
Conflict, anguish, courage,
용기,
but there was a desperate resolve to overcome it all the
그럼에도
nonetheless.
극복하는 그리움,
Longing, melancholy, warmth. The wings unfurled were so blinding and yet so
펼쳐진
brilliant.
날개는
Yeah, the symbolic
부셨으며
of him breaking Dong Heng's wings in order to make his shine brighter.
격정,
Passion, adventure,
모험심,
ferocity.
치열함,
The journey, finally in search of destination, found
목적지를
liberation.
찾게 된 모험은 허망함,
Utility, determination, love.
사랑,
The declaration was beautiful,
누구인지 알
though to
도리
whom I
없어도
could not know.
그 애적 가슴 벅차
Exhilaration, tragedy, excitement. I
설렘,
learned how beautiful and incandescent of a light
이어지고
continuing the
있는
dream,
얼마나
continue-
빛나는지를
the light of a
알았어요.
continuing dream could be. Ricardo Heathcliff. Yeah, I do know a lot of people have wanted a Ricardo ID for quite some time, and given I already have all three of the middle IDs, I generally agree. I'd go for it. I'm definitely probably gonna have to seriously consider the charge resonance setup, because that does genuinely seem like a fun way to go. It's just a bit tricky because you don't get egos very easily with that. Only a handful like Hex Nail and such really work with it. Definitely next Canto. Hopefully.
곧 바래질
But I also
마음이라는
know
걸
that they are just fleeting things destined to be
알고
lost to
있어요.
time.
잊지 않아.
As all things return to dust, so too
먼지처럼
will those
흩어질
emotions,
감정이겠죠.
no matter how hotly they once burned. Come now, Honglu. Does a movie play only to show you the credits? Does a book exist to only to end? The only point of opening a book, the closing it after? There's a reason the journey is there. I'm not like the
저는
rest of
당신을
you.
바꾸고 싶은
I don't want to
것도
change anything. I don't want to achieve anything
입에서
either. So I just
웃으면서
watch with a smile, a perpetual smile. You don't have to want to achieve anything. But as long as you're on this bus with the rest of us, things will keep happening, good and bad. Something's probably gonna blow Heathcliff's fuse again. You'll see the sinners and your friends. They'll get killed again. We'll fail again too. The kind of failure that leaves us with nothing. The kind of failure that leaves us stagnant. But among those inevitabilities, think about the other things that are sure to happen. You're going to miss the days we went out kiting. When Don Quixote starts to regale us with yet another one of her tales of adventure, you're gonna join in to indulge her. You know for sure that you'll be listening when Rhodia heaps praises about her favorite food whenever we get a chance to try them. You're gonna suddenly realize the scenery past the bus windows have changed, and that they've become beautiful for once. You're going to feel your heart swell for no reason when you listen to sinners laugh and giggle behind you. You know how I know this? Because I'm talking about myself here. These moments in time, they're what I use to fill the void that my memories have left behind. How can you, everyone, bring yourselves to care about everything? Know that it has an end. One end, or at least one we thought would be the end, was always the starting line for something new. Each finish line was just another arbitrary mark, another step on the journey, right? And it's those little steps that keep us going. And hey, Honglu, you're not stagnating. You're changing too. Yeah, I'm not gonna forget that this is the first time we've seen Honglu genuinely frown. His expression finally started changing, whether he realizes it or not. Tell me, why did you decide to go with Key's plan?
전쟁,
It wasn't about the war or the golden bow or even Danguyen.
다른 무엇보다도
First thing that came to mind was
웃는 시춘이를
I
봐야겠다는
wanted
생각이
Jichun to
들었어요.
genuinely smile again. Yeah, and that's how your heart's been changing. That is a dream in ways you haven't seen. I thought I'd already let these fragments of my heart float away from me. After all of existence is but a passing dream, destined to return to emptiness. For your onboarding, you may present a name or an alias of your choosing that the others should address you by. Will you use the name Zhao Baoyu? No. Honglu. I wish to be known as Honglu.
하지만 흘러간
But now I
것이 아니라
realize they've been buried here all
그저
along.
묻어도 잃은 게 아니라
They
잊은
weren't
것이다.
lost. I'd only forgotten about them.
마음이 이렇게
That's why I
개운치
felt like my heart was trapped. I can keep turning the clock for you. I can keep walking side by side with you to the end of the line. But at the end of the day, only you can truly save yourself. I thought the kite had floated away, never to be found again. But it was still
이곳에
here.
있었던 거네요. 만남이 있으면
Even every meeting's a promise of a goodbye, and the loveliness of fresh blossoms only sharpens the pain of wilting.
시들어지게 되면
Yeah, like it.
슬픔만 더해지겠죠. 하지만
But the world you witness will always be beautiful. Because you're a kind person, Honglu, kinder than anyone else. So your world must be painted with the fairest color of jade.
언젠가는 바람에
If those petals
흩어져
refuse to surrender and live on the brief moments that they are given,
사라질 것을
despite knowing that they will eventually scatter to the
그 찰나에서
winds,
살아가는 것이
then show them what petals you've gathered. Endless. His base ego. Happiness, joy, sorrow, wrath, he's breaking the seal upon his heart. He washed away. It's over. How nice of Honglu to give his grandma a bath. That's a good one. Alrighty. And dang, even recapping all of our adventures and how they contributed to this as well. And this isn't even the last canto. Golden bow recovered.
할머니와 어르신들은 그토록 바라던
You,
블로그
grandmother, and the
속에
elders have
갇혀
always been
계셨어요.
caged by your desperate search for immortality,
어떻게 영생을
searching for
계속
ways to perpetuate
유지할지
your existence,
당신들이
searching day and
모르는
night
죽음을
for new
피하는
ways to be
다른
freed from
방법들이
death.
할머니는
But grandmother, have you ever freed
그
yourself from that very
근심에서
suffering, even for a
한순간이라도
moment?
자유로워 보신 적이
I cannot allow myself to be attached by such moments of insignificance. They are but foolish human afflictions, a waste of intellect.
모든 감정은
Every moment is a fleeting thing. Mere sparks and moments will be lost in time.
네.
Maybe it really is foolish to be so attached to them,
하지만 그 찰나를
but an
외면하고
eternity of
산다면
existence without them is
설령 영원히
an
살아간다 해도
eternity of emptiness.
그 삶이
Indeed.
비어 있을 거예요.
That's kind of the thing about their immortality. They're all this time living. They may be alive, but they never spent any of it living. Life without living might as well be hell.
우리가 사는
To exist
시간은
without life is the culmination.
결국
To
그런
exist is to
순간들이
live in
쌓여
a
만들어졌으니까요.
culmination of moments. Sorry, I'm tearing up. And that's how you know it's good.
기쁨이든
Well, I admit I'm a bit an emotional person.
곧
You could
사라질
pick a flower to
감정뿐이라
sad
해도
music and it would probably get me, but
저는
at the
그
same
순간에만
time, that
있을
doesn't
감정에
change that emotional moments
솔직해지려고요.
can still hit very, very well. Happiness and pain, they scatter away as fast as they arrive. But I'd rather be honest to those
그저
feelings.
바라보는데 그치지
I'll do
않고
more than just witness them.
감정이
I want to
요동치는
reach
대로
out and let my
손을
swelling
뻗으려 해요.
emotions run wild.
기쁨에도
In happiness, in wrath,
분노에도
in sorrow and in joy, I would still cast my life into the vast world.
그렇게 되면
And that is how I'll find an eternity in a glimpse. There's so much left for us to accomplish. I'd rather be mortal than immoral the way the elders are. Indeed. Yeah. So much left for us to accomplish without us. Dangyuan, Hongyuan. I would think most would rather not be disfigured people, yeah.
아니요.
No, Hongyeon will be okay, because it'll be its people that bring change, not the family hierarch. Such insolence, stupid, thankless child will do no such thing, no such thing. Maybe I can't, it's just my opinion after all. So with that, I will leave you here to enjoy the immortality you so desired, grandmother and dear elders. You have all the time in the world to watch as I live my tomorrows. May the rest of your lives be long and unending. We quickly made our way outside as the flooding temple turned into a lake. Damn it, it must have been swept away by the cascade. It must be here somewhere, find it. Here, drat the precious specimen. I briefly turned to Gubo, wading through the flood, searching frantically amidst the waters, while Stan gazing towards the hall before quietly making his way to the center of the temple. Then all of a sudden he raised his blade and stabbed the center of the temple. The sceners that they've been peeping at grow delayed, fuzzy, and warped. Let's get out of here for now. The Zhangren swept off their pedestals by the powerful flow of water. Our crowd crawl pathetically towards the door as Juan shoots them a contemptuous glare and escapes the chamber. Gubo follows not far behind. He took away their entertainment, but we still didn't have anything to break through the defensive field put up by the ego here. We have anything more than empty platitudes convey. So this is the true form of the Xinhuang worm. We were supposed to capture it alive. Well, it can't be helped. Even half dead, it's extremely close to the form of the pure human she seeks. Specimen will be of use to us. Don't be too vexed, old-timers. At least it's the rightful heir of the family that's taking the Zhuang worm. Hold on, Gubo. What was that? Was that also an ability of the ego? This is technically not my area of expertise. I'd only made an educated guess from the context clues the ego would allow for such usage. My guess simply happened to be true. Yeah, these guys are flying by the seat of their pants and acting like they know everything that's going on. They act like... I'm gonna say they're at least better at putting on a face than some of the others we've run into, but these guys have no idea what's going on any more than we do. They just put up a better face for it. I thought we were the ones who had a direct hand in choosing the ego, but perhaps we were actually guided to choose the appropriate ones. Seems the other team secured our escape route. The newcomers team, my Chafe Butler, is competent, I'll give her that. Of course, Nelly. A ripple fades from the clear jade blue lake. Yeah, once again, Herman is basically creating the evil Avengers with all these folks. It has not escaped me that none of the Sinner stories here have ended. Even Hong Lu still has a few loose ends. Somehow the ADs based on them are more badass than they are. Wouldn't be surprised, that's for sure. Until stillness comes, the temple reflects clearly on its surface. The initial sense of oppressiveness was replaced by peace. It looks like the Taikon's temple has been completely cut off from the rest of the world. I guess no one's ever getting in or out of there again. The people in there, they won't hold any sway on Jishun or any subsequent family hierarch to come. So now they have an opportunity to really bring out change, if they can utilize it. Why, no one will ever know what happens in there. No one will be able to help them if anything happens either. It is likely the sole nutrient supplier for them was the family hierarch. Their deaths will be very slow. Like a goo poison jar. Ultimate solitude. Well, you reap what you sow, I suppose. Karma finally caught up to them, even if it took its sweet-ass time. Besides, all they ever got to witness their last moments is the blurred, barely recognizable, and heavily delayed display. It's gonna be pretty infuriating. Yep, Juan's last act was to basically cut off their internet connection. And, or at the very least, damage their provider. Or maybe he called their provider and had them throttled. I don't know. There's definitely a good joke to be made there. Their live stream is now in 240p. Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks. Yeah, you can kind of see where I'm going with some of these jokes, but then I kind of just got caught up for whatever reason. Big bro, what'll happen to me once we leave here? I couldn't do anything but shudder. Do I even deserve to rule over Hong Yon's families? No, I don't think any normal person wouldn't be freaked out by Moo and the Elder's horrible plans. Here's what I think, Zishun. I think the people who most deserve the family heir arc are the people who are afraid of becoming one. Think so? If you say so, I'll try to convince myself of that too. Ah, yeah, it's kind of like how the ultimate power is best in the hands of someone who doesn't actually want it, since that means they aren't going to be abusing it. Let's leave this place for now. Unlike the lake overlooking the temple, however, what greeted us outside was far from peaceful. The view had become even more gruesome. The promised Chen hour has come. In the midst of striking up a storm with his staff, Ku notices us. He gives a barely perceptible look of relief. You've done it, little brother. Surrounding him were piles of dead and wounded bodies. He was covered in many cuts, bruises, and stains that I couldn't even tell if all that came from him or those around him, or how many bled on him. So glad. Then stood Daiyu, looking terribly exhausted. They'd been guarding the entrance against this wordless, endless stream of enemies the whole time to keep their word. The only ones still engaged in battle were Ku and Heng. But dang it, shit's fucked, ain't it? I'm all out of gas. So my boys are dead as shit, and now now that y'all's got yourself 12 fresh fellers, I reckon I don't got that many options left. And when y'all get that girl on the seat, them yaller dogs out there are gonna pack up and go home and pretend none of this ever happened. Lei Heng looks like despondingly, panting with fatigue. Yeah, I admit Lei Heng was a genuinely fun fight, even if he has been nerfed. That doesn't change that I was on the edge of my seat, intensely choosing my actions very carefully each and every turn. And that's how you know a fight's exciting. Alright, let me go straight with y'all. Anyway, I get to walk out of here alive. He begs for his life in an impressively self-assured manner. He's also a fairly funny character. Hey, he ain't too proud to beg, and I respect that. Of course, Q had no reason to accept this, but instead of rebuking, he slams the ground with his staff with a heavy boom before addressing him. Hey, when this combat works, it works. I genuinely agree. It's got so many interesting nuances and strategies you can run. It's just really well. It just really works really well. And I'm told if I like the combat, Library of Ruin has a really good one, and I believe that's a deck builder. I'll definitely have it on my list of stuff to potentially try, but I warn that's a massive list, so I don't want to promise I'll get to it anytime soon, especially when I'm still kind of really into this game, especially since Canto 9 is coming up so soon. As I want to watch one. Ah, nice. Like I said, I've got a lot of ones I want to do. I mean, you even saw how I was so entrenched with this game, though, that I ended up delaying my own birthday special game by almost 2 months. That should have been completed back in October. But hey, I guess Limbus managed to really sell me on all of its world building and such. Characters are fun here, and Hong Lu remains one of my favorite sinners, that's for sure. Very well, Country Star, the Winged Tiger. Then I'll make you the same offer you gave the Country Star, the Unrestrained. Take a singular hit. I even work unwrapping that staff of yours, am I? He let out a hollow laugh and produced a cigar from his pocket. Hold your horses, I'll be done in a jiffy. He bit one end of it. Yeah, I have the feeling that's a bad idea. Slowly, carefully lit it in almost ritualistic reverence. Hit me. He lifted his staff and placed it lightly on his shoulder. Warm rings of light material gather around the staff. Until there are 5. I see the 5 mangs of the Tiangang star. Ain't that a real The staff lightly slid across his shoulder before he got to finish his sentence. And his head exploded into chunks of meat, raining down in tatters like fireworks. You'd rather call me by the star's name, hmm? Yet my name is Kong Ki. He's finally calling himself by his true name. That right there is a very big bit for his own character. The Pinky. Omnipresent yet unknown to each other. Everyone fell silent. We have no time to waste on ruminations. Our task is not over until she ascends the seat and seizes the pack's leash. Remember what Damien did to Cromer? Yep. I've never read the book Damien, but I'm told that wasn't too far off from what happened in it. Granted, when I asked what the book asked about the book, I basically got an answer that amounted to, my dude, I've read gay porn that's more straight than this book. So, now I know it. Ah, so that was the power of Mang. Interesting. Whose resolute voice woke us from a stunned silence, and with him as the vanguard, one by one we routed the forces that still sought to stop the new hierarch from assuming responsibility. It was no easy task, but Hong Lu appeared more unburdened than ever, so I was pretty happy. A few days later. I guess it goes to show that none of the remaining trash mobs stood any chance against us. Like I said, it was just shocking that that Mu actually had to use the golden bow just to stand a chance. The Sinners have actually come quite a long way. Here to see us go, Zinshun. Doesn't seem too happy about this to just be a friendly gesture. Hey, we'll stop by from time to time. Sure, but don't expect me to make time to greet you guys. I'm about to be busier than I've ever been in my entire life. My lady expresses that you will always be welcome with the greatest honors here. I don't really know you that well, Master Wei, but I feel a strange sense that we might be kindred spirits. Looks like you'll have your hands full too, Wei. Indeed I will. There is much work to be done. So much of the information has been esoterically handed down via the Anonymous worm. It'll take years for us to put it all to paper. We're having difficulty even getting an idea of how long it might take. But you've broken one of the many cycles here. I'm certain that Hongyeon will become a better place to live under my ladyship's rule. I really do appreciate that that in the end we really were able to fulfill our promise to Zishun in the end. It's kind of hilarious to see it there, but after all those after so many broken goals and promises, it's nice to see one that actually went off even better than we expected. A lot of things did not go according to plan, but in the end, she did become the next hierarch. Family hierarch without the Imperial Worm. Everyone here, they all seem to have a lot of questions for me, but what are they gonna do? Directly challenge the family hierarch? Gotta say, you're real charismatic out there. You can take your first command. From your first command, to more or less come to Dangoyan. Release the Heisho Pack, Chao, Chen, and Shin branches, and quell the chaos, right? Don't ever do an impression of me acting like that again. Many must be looking forward to your governance, given your initial charismatic demonstration. You are, in essence, a new kind of leader that this land hasn't seen in many years. Much they must have to ask of your judgment in terms of rules and laws. Yeah, what about it? Rules are there to be rewritten. The whole damn thing, I guess. Zishun sighed lightly and looked around. I feel like I've aged 10 years all at once. Thought I'd be the artist behind the brush of this painting, and yet I did not expect us to allow a brush be held by another to guide us, my lord. It's fortunate that our brush strokes are shared in that general direction. A family hierarch who does not seek to be free from aging and death. I wonder where the wind's change will bring to Hongyeon. Rules are made to be broken. Indeed. Yeah, it almost seemed like magic, but now we're slowly starting to understand how it all worked here. Like I said, it really shows how far the Sinners have come since the start here. Or just, even if it's just the fact that this is the first final boss that had to power themselves up just to remotely stand a chance. It was far more peaceful resolution than one your guidance would have provided. Gouge out your little brother's eye and use it to enter the temple. Was it? Efficiency in the veil of cruelty. Minimalistic. A mere jest, my lord, though I suppose I did add if things don't go according to plan. In which case, what will you do next, my lord? Today, I observe that the Pinky has strayed the path of humanity. Thus I will now join Yanghui, journey to Mount Lang, and come to a few agreements with the Moists. We must also discuss the matter of Tantui Star, whose seat has just become vacant. Oh, it looks like Zilu is back. I'm glad she was able to recover from that. Indeed we must. We shall journey to Q Corp next. Pinky? Yes, it seems that
역시
Kong's
씨는
alliance
소재의
lies with the
인물이었군요.
Pinky. Given I know quite literally nothing about them, other than just they exist, I am looking forward if we learn a bit about them in the next canto, I guess. Indeed, as one of them, I intend to change the world in the way of true humanity. Given what Ryoshi said, Lei and Zlu are both from there, right? So how come they were trying to kill each other?
소재는
Members of the
일정한
Pinky
조건이
gather and
만족될
scatter when
때
certain
결집하고
conditions are met.
모입니다.
However, when there's no
누가
call,
소재인지 모른
they just
채
live their lives
그냥
without knowing which is
살아가지.
which. No
호출이
call,
없을
no
때는
solidarity.
사실 풀이다.
Some piece of shit. Playing on solo mode, right?
자루씨와
Seems
뇌해는
Lu and Leheng are
서로의
aware of each
정체에
other's
대해
identities, but
정보나
did not
인식이
know
있던
about
것
Kong
같지만
Lu.
공치우 씨에 대한 것
잘 알고 있지 않은가?
You know this well. I hear that you're the
이곳에선
primary
그대가
purveyor of
귀중한
esoteric
정보를
knowledge in your
듣고
group.
말하는
Then you must also be aware of the weight of information regarding our and our Lord's allegiance to the Pinky is rather heavy. I trust you'll maintain your silence regarding the matter, as is right to do so. I have a lot to ask you. He approached me as the other people were starting to scatter. At first I looked away because I couldn't imagine he could possibly be talking to me, but Dante, the manager, we continue to push open their paths for every sinner under your management, no matter which road they walk, as you've done for my brother. Interesting. It seems like the Pinky seems to be a very loose, we'll say. They don't seem to have anything as harsh as the others, especially since apparently there's no rules against them fighting one another if there's not a specific call. I nodded. Even if one of them seeks to walk the path of Ashura. He briefly gazes on one of the sinners before moving on. The sinner takes a long draw of the cigarette and releases smoke in a large sigh, which turns a scattering plume. Her hands rest out of habit on her never-drawn sword. I'm going to keep helping them as long as they have the will to move forward no matter what. My thoughts haven't changed and they never will. I have a soft spot for Ryoshu simply by virtue of the fact that she was my tutorial 3-star role. I nodded once again. I see. My lord, I have another subject to discuss. While this is but conjecture at the moment, evidence points out that Yashuan, being among the treasonous forces of Hongyan, in cahoots with the Zhu and Shi families. While the suspicion is yet to be developed beyond supposition, it would seem likely she's aligned herself with the treasonous forces. Made herself scarce as soon as the troubles were quelled, which could mean yes. The first thread to find this influential individual within the Shi family who ordered Yuhua's execution. Once their identity is determined, it should be no trouble making the connection to the masterminds behind this incident. Will you continue to roam the lands, brother? You do at least seem like humanitarians. Yeah, the Pinky... I guess this means that the Pinky members so far has had more of them working with us than against us, which is more than any of the others have been, that's for sure. Although this does mean that theoretically, we could have an ID that's already technically a Pinky member and we'd never know it, since apparently they can be anything. It doesn't replace whatever their regular day job is. Of course, things aren't rarely ever as they seem in this world, so... While it's good to just not worry about them for the moment, since they don't seem to be a threat, it would be foolish to simply dismiss them entirely. I'm half expecting Ryoshi to be revealed as one. I would not be surprised at that either, honestly. She has some connection to them. I mean, she knew Leheng personally, and we just learned that he is, in fact, a member. So it could be she's a member of the Pinky, the Thumb, or a family. Or another family that had another syndicate and has left in some fashion. Kind of like how Queequeg was originally a member of the Middle before leaving and joining in the Pequod. Yeah, we're at the point where speculation can be fun. We'll continue to roam the lands, brother? Indeed I will. I'll walk the city, first with the lords of each nest. He gives a muted reply to Honglu before turning around to Zishun. None may say for certain if Zishun, over her long tenure to come, shall not be tempted by promises of immortality. Seriously, Yet, if one's heart truly lies upon the path of humanity, they will not be swayed to commit evil. Thus, I believe you are worth watching. On our next meeting, though I cannot say for certain whether our goals will be aligned as they are today, but I suppose we'll have to much to take in from one another. What are your thoughts, Zigong? Did you enjoy the lesson as well? Yes, I was foolish, my lord. Once again, it is all right. Learning
배움과
and understanding
깨달음은
must go
항시
hand in
동행해야
hand.
하는 법.
As I always say,
여전히 그대는
you are a student of
내게
worldly
문화의 가치가
discourse
있는지
still. I
정진할게요.
have much to
괜히
learn.
주군께서
It seems that
제
you weren't
귀에 피가
repeatedly
날
recounting
정도로
that story over and
그때의
over again
이야기를
at me for
반복했던 게
nothing.
아니었네요. 홍원에서
You were trying to
일각에
insinuate
믿고
that he was the only one Hongyeon who's
그렇게
worthy of
그렇게
faith.
그럼 자공과 자로여.
Zigong
잠시
Zulu,
따로
let us
떨어져
converse in
내가
private,
긴히
for I have an
맡길 일을
important task of you. Zoran's expression that regard us the same as it always
수분이
was.
달인 여하차는
Your newer tea is always
언제나 고마워.
delicious. Thank you.
네,
Yes,
두렵네.
Master.
나는 또다시
I'll be
떠날
departing
거야.
again soon. I do not
언제
know when I
올지는
should
알 수
return.
없어.
네.
Understood. Stay safe until then. Actually,
수빈은
no. What do you
어떻게
think,
생각해?
Shiren, about the fact I'll be leaving
내가 다시
soon?
어디로든
Walk the path of your choosing,
도련님이
young
가고
master,
싶은
whatever
곳으로
that may
가시면
be, whichever that may be. Her reply sounded cold as ever, to the point the now lukewarm clacking teacups in our cleanup tray sounded
그래.
warmer. Alright, but Hong Lu smiled as though something had been lifted from his heart, as though he found something he'd been looking for.
그토록 화려했던
The
대건원도
opulence of Dangun.
이렇게 되는군. 나무들은
The
시들기
trees are wilting,
시작했고
as the once beautiful pavilions and
정정한
towers now lay in
것들은
ruins and
모두
abandonment.
쓸쓸하기 그저 존재하는 모든
Seems
것에는
all of existence is indeed but a great
분명
cycle of
섬세만
rises and
거듭될
falls.
뿐이겠지.
맞아.
It is.
그렇기에
But isn't that
살아가는
exactly
모든
why every
찰나가
moment in life is so
아름다운
beautiful?
것 아니겠어?
진실로
Yes, yes it is.
기다리지
I'll
않겠습니다.
no longer wait for you, and I may one day disappear from Dangyuan myself, now that I know that idle waiting is not the sole answer.
답이 아니었음을 깨달았습니다.
Yeah, he's really won me over in this story, I must say.
대호,
I was looking forward to this one for a while, since Hong Lu is definitely one of my favorite sinners, and he did not disappoint. Wow. I love the day that we went out kiting together. That was my favorite game. Mine as well.
저도요.
I can't think of him as anything other than a Chu because they sneeze when saying his name. Yeah, I can't possibly pronounce most of the names, honestly. I'm sorry. Hong Lu leaves Dung as the happiest descendant it has ever produced, finding meaning in every moment of his life, no longer a passive witness to tragedy, as he once was the deaths and suffering of his siblings. Hong Lu will walk tall with his friends, yet even that will one day fade, for in the end, we have but one chance at life, and to live at all is to exist in futility. His home too shall one day be taken by loneliness and solitude, gradually eroding with time, and we will all one day go our separate ways, but every wilting fertilizes the next blossom, every fallen home becomes a place for new beginnings, and every goodbye is the promise of new meetings. Thus bow, even by the peerless, once the peerless treasure of Dangwon, boards the bus once again as Hong Lu. The clouds I once saw in his jade eye had all but withdrawn. He's one of the only people in the city I could say is genuinely a good person. It just seems that way. I can only see an incandescent, radiant smile. It also helped he was one of the few that was not a troublemaker in any fashion at the start, so that left a notable impression. Days of chasing down shadows, all the remains are vain as if a fire swept right over me. All that's in my hands is ash dust. I have run all without rest, those times gone by that got me choked up. Will I end up missing too? A long, long ways from right. I look back on those memories. I sure hope that I can smile. I know I could do it very easily with Twitch Studio, but OBS requires some weird finagling. For with whatever time I'm left to now. I need to take my steps forward. Self up till I'm no. Slow. Out of still into turbulent days. Hope I can take my. That new expression or so. And look back. Wish that I can smile. Let me fly away. If I can reach the stars like a bird upon the night sky. This night will visit me again, I'm sure. But it's alright, I can't live on. Oh, looks like we're sharing some information with them, or details. Or maybe pointing out a flaw they missed. Surprised you're not the one asked. Surprised you didn't ask me to do the sitting. I should probably, and again, it's not like I have an emote for that. Hey, adjacent creatures are very good at messing with people. Oh well, I guess it's a bit of a shame just let you guys go like this. I tried to make our farewell a memorable one, made sure you get the best food we had to offer to commemorate the day I took office. I'm sure was the best. For the record, I am aware Rhodian's probably supposed to sound vaguely Russian, but I don't know, it sounds more distinct when I go for the southern drawl with her, the Valley Girl sound. Oh yeah, how you still finding all that leftover food? Everyone's already left the banquet. Can't waste good food. Of course. Hey, is the bus not starting or something? Yeah, wait, where are we headed to? Foodie Queen. Yep, always gotta appreciate the good food. How should we... No, lad, guys gotta tell us soon anyway. Wait, hang on, where'd the bloke go? Hi, I'm subbing in for him today. We could have switched out our guide all along, but why didn't we get stopped? No, that's not how it works. It's just that you have some unfinished business here. For your information, the Red Gaze is currently away because he's accompanying pilot on mission elsewhere. Much more urgent LCCB business. What a misery it is to be him. Did I not mean to insinuate pilot would be the source? I did not mean to insinuate the pilot would be the source of his misery. Honestly, this time I genuinely thought you were being sarcastic. Being all, oh, I'm sure it sucks to be him who wasn't here when a damn war almost started. You have more business here at Dangyu? Oh, yes, we do. Very, very important business, in fact. Why are you looking at me like that? What is it this time? So you know, Miss Jeshun, a very important and friendly ally of ours has come to become the de facto leader of a wing. Oh ho, you're a crafty one, aren't you? Of course, veterans like me tend to pick up a thing or two after some experience in the field. Very well, this more than makes up for your subordinate's blunder than last time. I knew you'd be the first to pick up what I'm putting down. We both know what's the best for the company. Okay, now I'm starting to get really creeped out. What are you both looking at me like that for? Oh, I see how it is. Even the biggest catch of the day will just rot in the shed if you don't bother to fillet it, right? I'd like to have everyone's attention for the next mission. Wait a damn second. What? Do you need me here for this? Ms. Jeshun, as you've quickly become one of our most precious human resources as the family hierarch, we're gonna give you a total makeover training. We can't spend too much time on the training though, so we're gonna have to fast track this. You dare? I'll have you know I'm very much in agreement. There's much you must learn to be an effective family hierarch. To further solidify your base and then we should get right to it. Rousseau, you seem to be well versed in the art of physical fitness. Your intent has been understood, but it's up to the manager to command me. Well, I don't see why not. Then it shall be done. Hey, put me down! First order of business is to improve your fitness level. Now on my count. You bastards! I'm gonna kill you to go a second without ruining my entire day! Like a family of bedbugs I can't get rid of. You know that? I'm gonna make you throw up everything you ate today, you assholes! So dark.
데리고 왔습니다.
We have brought her here, my lord.
이아이와
I wish to be left alone with her. Leave us.
뜻을 따릅니다.
Your wish is my command. Big sister Yaoshan, did you appear troubled? It's no wonder to me that you are, for you have betrayed your own Zhu family. Oh, I didn't think anyone would notice the chaos. Bao Chai, oh my dear Bao Chai, my poor child, can you hide from a black kite blocking the sun with your palms? Can you tiptoeing hide your footsteps from the earth? No, big sis, if my parents would find out, or do they already know? Wouldn't you like to know? If not, I have ways to make sure they don't know. Not even your parents. No, I can make this story stay between you and I in this vast land. What do you want from me? That's the wrong line of thinking, little Bao Chai. I only wish to help you achieve your desires. Your betrayal wasn't to make an enemy of your own family, I understand. It was Bao, someone you were afraid would never return. Your gaze is so penetrating, so piercing that I feel so naked even in the dark. Will Bao never come back to me? It's important to ask whether he'll return. Why seek the sway of currents when you can simply make him return? Oh, but how? Come closer to me. The night is long and we have much to confer. Alright, there's still an intervalo I have to do first. But the good news is there's only one intervalo I have to worry about because the second one was the crossover, which is very good. Ah, nice.
이제 가오를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지? 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
More like Canto. Depending on how long it takes, I actually might want to do it next time, which I guess would be Thursday, because I'd like to dedicate a whole night to it. I don't want to have to feel like I'm rushing, because I've already gone for 5 hours, which is pretty nice, but yeah. It's just a shame that the second intervalo was the crossover with Arc Knights, which means it's unfortunately already gone. But I must say, I do very much appreciate the, it's not short, then yeah, I think I should save it for next time. That we can leave it. This will make a reasonable way to end it. We can continue it there. Next time, and then I'll be all caught up for when Canto 9 drops in the new year. Technically, it drops on December 31st, but yeah, I'm gonna be streaming in the new year. But yeah, that's gonna be quite exciting. To see where what goes with the Ryoshu chapter. But yeah. I've actually got a reasonable amount of people watching. I should raid out. Let's see here. Here. Go with someone in Limbus, perhaps. What the status of the season will be. Should be interesting to see, that's for sure. Oh yeah, and now I can finally do line 1 whenever I want. You can have available lines at no cost. Recommended levels are displayed. Line 1 has a total 15 stations, 13 stations. Yeah, my understanding is line 1 is not going to be too difficult. It's just going to be very, very long. So that should be too bad. Line 5 lasting a bit shouldn't be too bad, although it does still mean I need 2 teams for it. So it's going to be a bit of a rough one. Burn wouldn't be too bad, especially since we've gotten a nice start on that. Looks like Bipolarism is doing Limbus Company, and that one says they're doing... This one actually does say Canto 6, and I see the manor there, so this time I won't be incorrectly doing that. Alrighty. So if you want to stick around for some more Limbus Company, yeah, feel free. Although, I'd probably guess whichever one's been neglected, which could be Burn or something. Which might be Burn, so I don't recall there's too many other those yet, but we'll see. But yeah, if you want to stick around for more Limbus, by all means. Otherwise, until next time, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time. I'll see you later. Need to rush, but be good stuff.